Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members.
Chairperson, good morning.
To start, can you see the faces?
Good morning, Chair.
Let's do our ritual. Let's have a face presentation. That's what we call in medical terms when we talk about somebody who has appeared first in face, and we don't need to worry about the rest. Good morning, Honorable Van Wyk. How is the saints today? Morning, Honorable Ndamase. Fagu. Honorable Van Zyl.
Morning, Chair.
Hugs and hugs. Hi. Honorable Direko and Honorable Given. Given, that's the surname I can see there. Welcome, welcome. Now, the faces that have shown constitute a quorum, and let's therefore welcome everybody. May I therefore declare this meeting open and request that we all have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Welcome, Honorable Mkalipi. I can see you. And honorable members, let's welcome the honorable members. Let's welcome the ministers, deputy ministers. Welcome the directors generals. Welcome the senior management of COCTA and the various institutions that are here with us today. Welcome to all the members. The meeting at this point will proceed. May I request that the secretary post the agenda. There we are, honorable members. We have done the welcome. We have to look at the adoption of the agenda. And then we'll take the apologies and the process, and then those are the issues. Traditional affairs, IMSI bill, termination of CWP employees. Those are the issues that we have. Can we get the members to move for adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Direko. Seconded by Taiposh. Honorable Taiposh, we didn't see your face, we just see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say earlier on. I don't know what's wrong with my video. It's still not working. They said they fixed it, but every time I switch to video, there's nothing showing.
Problem.
but I can see the light coming on the laptop, but nothing shows.
No problem. We've got a voice recognition system here, so we can tell it's you. Please proceed.
Thank you.
All right. Let's then take the apologies. Do I have any apologies? There are a few faces I haven't seen, and so let's see if there are any apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. We have not
Morning.
received any apologies from members, but there's apologies from the minister and the deputy ministers. They are attending the cabinet committee meetings this morning. Deputy
Okay.
Minister Masimola will join the meeting later. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I see Honorable Shenge, you have your face recognition on, but your gadget is just calling you iPhone, Mr. iPhone 2. But with your face recognition, we can tell you are here. Welcome, Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi. Honorable.
I'm also here. Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Cooperative.
Dabezita, thank you. Your voice recognition also helps. And Honorable Mteto, is your face recognition that's working. Your gadget is calling you some unusual name today. I assume that it's still you because I can see you, but it says Zandile, and I hope those who are recording will note that you were present, even though you had a different name today. Okay, colleagues,
Okay.
I think we're fine. Honorable Mteto?
Thanks. Yeah, we are fine. I don't know how Zandile. Yes, it's my wife, but I don't know how she interfered here.
Please don't bring domestic issues on the meeting. All right, thank you very much. Let's then proceed. We don't have apologies. I assume that those members will still be joining in. Let me just mention this, honorable members. There has been a report from the House Chairperson and the Programming Committee that for the next foreseeable future, the parliamentary sessions will be held in a hybrid form with a limited attendance in person by members designated by the various parties. That means there will be no requirement for members to fly to Cape Town or to be in Cape Town in person. On that basis, we shall then be holding our meetings, the next few meetings, in the virtual platform until the situation is changing in Parliament. So from that point of view, let's assume then that most of the meetings that we'll be hosting will continue to be virtual meetings, and this is just for information of the members. Having said so, honorable members, we will then proceed to note the apologies from the minister and the deputy ministers on the occasion of attendance of the cabinet committee members. I believe that the directors general are adequate to deal with the issues that we have to face today. And if there's anything, we will then, of course, request the ministers to come in person. At this point, we should proceed as they have tendered the apology. We then have, before we proceed, then let's take the comment, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. We note the communication from the House Chair, but Chair, I don't think we can resolve of having virtual meetings wire because the issue is the dome. The dome is reported that they are going to finish it or it will be ready around September. So I don't think it's proper for us as we're dealing with critical issues of holding the executive accountable and municipal accountable. If you are going to have our virtual meeting until September, there are meetings that we can have them on virtual, but there are meetings that needs us as members of parliament on one-to-one basis. For instance, the one that we need to have as agent, I note what Sharon was put on the group in terms of the IEC. Those are the things that we need to also to take a decision on. Which meetings are we going to hold visually? Which meetings are we going to hold physically? But we can't just take a blanket approach in terms of this committee, Chair. I submit. Thanks.
Thank you. We were not taking a decision. I was informing members that we will be having for the foreseeable future At the end, we have the program of the committee. That's where we're going to determine. We're going to have an oversight, or we're going to have a meeting in person, or we're going to have a meeting of this and that and the other. I'm just giving you this as a matter of approach. But in terms of concrete meetings, we will come to that point, and therefore we'll decide which meetings have to be held in person. So, but my point was in relation to the fact that right now there's that communication. When the committee considered the program, then of course we will then separate out at that level. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Let's proceed to the next item on the agenda. The Department of Traditional Affairs is going to do a briefing on the issue of the forums of kings and queens. May we welcome the Director General to take us through this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members of the committee and my colleagues as well on the platform. We thank the committee for this opportunity to brief the committee on the two structures that the ministry has facilitated to establish recently. We call the with your permission, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Hi, Chair. Okay, DG, we didn't hear the other part of this.
DG, please start afresh. We did get cut off a bit.
Okay, my apologies, Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes. No. I was saying, Honorable Chair, that we thank the committee for this opportunity to brief the committee on the two structures that the ministry has facilitated the establishment, which is the Forum of South Africa's Majesties, as well as the South African Queen's Council. And I was requesting that we allow our Deputy Director General responsible for institutional support and coordination, Methandaza Shandu, to lead us in the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mtia. Please come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members, DGs, and colleagues. I'm not sure if our secretariat could assist in flighting the presentation.
I hope you are all in a stable environment. Your sound is a bit cracking, and sounds like you are presenting from a very rural post. So we will continue. I hope it holds. Let's see your face and then can show your slides.
Chairperson, my sincere apologies. I'm having a challenge with my gadget in terms of the camera, so I won't be able to show my face. But I'm hoping that I'm audible. Am I audible?
Proceed. You are audible.
Oh.
Proceed.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you, Chairperson. Based on the background that's been given by the DG in terms of the report of the forum that have been established, if we could move to the next slide. This slide gives the presentation outline, which is going to be on the purpose, introduction, and background. Forum for South African Majesties and South African Queen's Council, and then the recommendation. The next slide, the purpose of the presentation is to apprise the Portfolio Committee to note the establishment of the Forum for South African Majesties and the South African Queen's Council. If we could move to the next slide. As a way of introduction for the recognition of kings, queens, and principal traditional leaders is regulated by Section 7 of the TKLA, where they recognize the traditional leadership positions of a king or queen, as well as that of a principal traditional leader. We indicating that on the 23rd of February, during the opening of the National House of Traditional Leaders, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, announced the importance of establishing the Forum of South African Majesties. This was also arising from various requests from kings and to meet with various ministers and the president, which signaled a need for structured, coordinated, and regular engagements. And hence there was a need to establish the Forum of South African Majesties. If we could move to the next slide. On the 30th of August last year, 2014, our minister, together with deputy ministers, they convened a meeting of the Majesties of South Africa. It was a meet and greet meeting, but that meeting, it's clear that there had to be a meeting that is following that meet and greet to establish the forum. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that this meeting was welcomed by the kings to have an engagement with the minister. And subsequent to that, there was a 3-day session that was convened on the 25th to the 27th of October, which was held here in Pretoria, where the minister met with all the kings and queens. And we were also joined by the Deputy Minister Paul Mashatile. When that was established, he came and engaged with their Majesties. Present in that meeting were Ingwenyama Mabena, Kumgan Damase, Kumgan Sandile, Kumgan Matiwane, Kumgan Matanzima, Morena Moholo Mota, and Morena Moholo Mopedi of Free State. The Balobedu Queenship was represented by His Royal Highness Papatla and Amathosa, and King Misuzulu Kazolitin and Kumgan Dalinjebo were not in attendance, but they sent their representatives. And on that session, or during those engagements, there was an election of Ingwenyama Mabena and as a chairperson.
Just for your own correction there, you're referring to Deputy President Paul Mashatile. I think you said Deputy Minister.
Oh, my apologies. No, my apologies. It's Deputy President Paul Mashatile that was part of the meeting as well. So I was on a point where there was election of office bearers, which was election of Ingwenyama Mabena as a chairperson and Kumgan Damase as a deputy chairperson of the King's Forum. If we can move to the next slide, as indicated, the forum is made up of all kings, reigning queens, as well as principal traditional leaders. And the establishment of this forum of South African Majesties, it provides a platform for engagement among kings, reigning queens, and principal traditional leaders themselves and with government as well as other stakeholders. And also the forum is serving as a platform to deliberate on matters and challenges experienced by kings and queens in discharging their functions within their areas of jurisdiction. And also, this forum is going to enable government to address issues in a coordinated approach and other issues that affect traditional communities. The roles and functions of the Forum for South African Majesties include, but not limited to providing or promoting nation building and social cohesion in the context of Ubuntu, to collaborate with government and other stakeholders towards rural development in their respective areas, and to engage on any other matter of national interest and to promote peer learning, because the kings felt that they need to learn from one another on what is happening in other kingships in terms of development-related matters. In terms of meetings with the forum chairperson and honorable members, the meeting will be held twice a year of each financial year, and the board meetings will be held we will have 2-day meetings in engaging with the King's Forum, and the cost of those meetings, we are going to pay for the booking of the venue and catering, but we've engaged with provincial departments, provincial culture departments, that they carry the cost of traveling and accommodation for their respective kings and queens. And during the engagement with the King's Forum chairperson and members of parliament, one of the things, among others, was that the kings indicated that they would like government to establish the Queen's Forum to support them in performing their duties. So emanating from those engagements, there was a session with the Queens that was held on the 13th of December. It was intended that we would establish the forum, but based on the issues that they raised, it was felt that we needed another session with them where we are going to be addressing their issues and also look at the establishment of their forum. And from there, it was therefore agreed that we will convene a 2-day strategic planning session for the Queen. And this session was held on the 27th to the 28th of March, and it resulted in the formal establishment of the South African Queen's Council as a structure to coordinate and strengthen their role in traditional communities. I must indicate a chairperson as well as members of Parliament that meeting was also attended by other ministers. It was Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Minister Chikunga, as well as Minister Stella Ndaleni of Small Business Development. And they have indicated their support in working with the Queen's Council. The key outcome of the Queen's Council was that the establishment of this council serving as a structure to coordinate and strengthen the role of queens in traditional communities. And there was a election of office bearers where the chairperson was elected, as well as the deputy and secretary. The chairperson being Queen Damase, the deputy chairperson being Queen Mopedi, the secretary being Queen Matanzima. There were terms of reference that were developed and they were adopted during those engagement, and as a group, they then decided that they would call themselves as South African Queen's Council, because they could not be called a Queen's Forum. And it's something that they had discussed among themselves together with the minister, as well as the executive or rather the office bearers of the King's Forum. At the end, they signed the pledge committing them to working with government as well as the King's Forum in development initiatives. They then tabled a draft 5-year plan focusing on economic development, community empowerment, cultural preservation, and social development. And this is going to serve as a basis for engagement with the South African King's Forum, or the Forum of Their Majesties. I must indicate again that the ministers that were in attendance, they committed to partner with the Queen's Council in addressing rural development issues, job creation, GBV, and women and youth empowerment in their respective areas. The pledge, if we can move to the next slide. In terms of the pledge, the content thereof, it talks about the constitution as to who constitute the Queen's Council, to say the Queen's Council is made up of queens from the kingships and principal traditional leadership across the Republic of South Africa. And the establishment of the Queen's Council, it provides the platform for engagement among the queens themselves and with government and other role players. Also, it shall serve as a platform to deliberate on matters and challenges experienced in discharging their roles and responsibilities in their respective areas, and also to enable government to address in a coordinated approach developmental and socio-economic issues affecting traditional communities. Working together as a structure in the visible movement under the banner of traditional leadership, the Queen's Forum shall collectively be able to do services or programs that are contributing to improving the quality of life for women in their areas, whilst they're also looking at discharging the responsibility at the national and the global level, because they would like to also be part and parcel of the initiatives at the global level. And we're saying this marks the beginning of a journey which is characterized by looking into the future in a calm, confident, and courageous manner, mindful of the challenges which may arise in the process. So, Chairperson, again, in terms of, if we can move to the next slide, in terms of the meetings, they will be having 2 meetings in a year, and also in some instances where need arises, we will have an online meeting, and there will also be an engagement of Queen's Council together with the Majesty's Forum, a joint meeting that will be held, and which the department is currently facilitating. And it is expected that we are just going to have a 2-day session, and it's not going to be more than that. And again, the cost of the meetings is that the department is going to make bookings, venue, and catering for the meetings, while provincial Cooperative departments will also carry the cost of traveling and accommodation for the respective queens. In terms of the relationship between the King's Forum or the Majesty's Forum, as well as the Queen's Council, as indicated earlier, this was one of the resolutions from the Majesty's Forum to establish a Queen's Forum. So it was felt that there would be a joint session that would be held on annual basis. And the purpose of that will be to make sure that the forum, or rather the council, is engaging on the performance in terms of what they had committed to doing. And also there will be, as indicated, there would be a joint session. There'll be joint sessions as and when required, which could be held virtually. And we are going to be convening also a meeting with other stakeholders to promote social cohesion and socio-economic development in their areas. And as indicated earlier, that the department is currently preparing for a joint session with the King's Forum, which is one of the resolutions that came out of the meeting that was held in March, attended by the chairperson of the King's Forum. In this slide, Chairperson, we are recommending that the portfolio committee notes the presentation on the establishment of the two structures of South African Majesties and that of the South African Queen's Council. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Before I allow the members to come in, I think you should have submitted to the committee more documents than what we've just done. Firstly, your terms of reference, your pledges, constitution, budget, which you refer to, should have been part of this presentation. So can you just make sure we get those documents whilst the members are discussing this this matter? Send them through so that we can actually circulate them to the members before the end of the discussion. I think we should have actually attached all of this information before we started. There may well be issues that members might want to pick up in those documents. So can you just make sure that those are available? Now, can we move to the next aspect? Let's request the members to show their hands. You have Honorable Mtetwa, you got Honorable Direko, you got Honorable Buthelezi and Amase, Van Sail. I think that in that order for a start, let's move on. I can see Tai Bosch as well. So let's start, Honorable Mtetwa.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to fellow committee members. Greetings to the officials of the department in their order of seniority.
Can I just interrupt you, Honorable Mtetwa? On this session, I'll allow 5 minutes at the most for every member. If it's less than 5, it's still welcome. So I will cut you at the point of 5 minutes. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thanks. Yes, I've already greeted all of you. My question regarding this forum, I don't see the powers of the forum in what they are allowed in law to do, unless we are just regarding this forum as a talk shop where we want the ideas of the kings or the majesties and their queens, but handing them over to government officials. That's one. And two, what is the relationship with Contralesa? We've got Contralesa, we've got Rolesa, which are also structured of Makosi, and now we have the forum. All of these exist, but still, I know that Contralesa also doesn't have powers to make decisions legislatively. They are advising. And so we are seeing also an inclusion of another forum, which is also talking. And I think the reason why this structure is established is because of the suffocation of the majesties, wherein they cannot express themselves and use their powers in their jurisdiction. I heard OMEM talking about their areas of jurisdiction. I know I've visited King Makosonke, who is now leading this forum. He has been crying of their land, which they used to have during the order, the old order. And in the new order, that land is now under the state. And these are issues coming from him directly. And no government is not seem to be hearing their call and their cry. So I'm wondering whether now that they have a forum, what is the difference? Because we are agreeable that the Constitution does not derive their powers on what they can do in their jurisdiction and
Sorry,
in those.
Honorable Mteto, just clarify that when you say old order, just give this in terms of years so I can sense what you're talking about.
The old order meant before
Old order.
94.
Okay, proceed. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean 94. He has been crying that in before 94, they were recognized as Amandebel by the old order. But in the new dispensation, instead of that recognition to be continued, instead the land is now in the hands of the state and is not granted to them, wherein they can ply their trade and do what they want to do. So that's why I'm questioning then, what is the purpose of starting this forum if it is not different from the existing structures? Couldn't they be beefing up the existing structures which you also recognize or contralesa, if not or lesser? But instead now we have a forum and Queen's Council. And then I hear that they've got a plan. Are we now saying also, will there be a budget, or this budget is just going to cater for these 2 yearly meetings which they will be having, which clearly then shows that this is just a talk shop or a platform where they are talking, but in terms of implementation, we don't hear this forum being an implementing agent on their own things, because I think this time around, Amakosi, the majesties, the queens want their autonomy and their powers on what they can do, even in their areas, and they don't seem to be getting that. And in 30 years of democracy, we are still talking this language of forums. I think it is something that we really have to change as well. And then we need to then say, are they also allowed in this forum to review the constitution, wherein they can have their own powers to be set in there? I saw that there is an opening of a constitutional review, which is closing on the 31st of May this year. That are they allowed to also make inputs in the constitutional review, so that at least they are recognized as a structure? Because currently, as we speak, they are non-existent. When you walk into KwaNdebele, there's not even a signage ukuthi ungena ebukhosini, you're entering ebukhosini. When you go KwaNongoma, where King Misuzulu reside, there is no signage that takes you to say now you are entering a Zulu king's place where our king resides. When you go to Moremoholo in Free State, Maluta Pofung municipality, there is no signage or indication that you are entering a king that is recognized in the area. Same applies with the other kings as well. So this shows the level.
Round up in 30 seconds.
Okay, Bob. So this shows the level of disrespect of this institution, and we need to do something about it, because this clearly shows we are still ruling them under 1885 rule of a white custodianship of Amakosi Amnyama. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa, for all your comments and your questions. The one that I would say the team shouldn't enter into, the relationship between Contralesa, Rolesa, and the forum, that falls outside the government. You can debate that with the minister, but it's not within the scope of what the government should be dealing with. The rest of the others, they should deal with. Honorable Tireko.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of my observation, mostly in government, when there are gaps that we need to address, we tend to establish committees and entities to address those particular challenges. And sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. So what is exceptional about these forums, and what are the extensive and detailed terms of reference in terms of their operation? Secondly, Chair, how is the forum going to be structured in order to reach out to all the royal houses in all our provinces? And lastly, Chair, when the department was presenting, they indicated that they are going to cater for the forum's meetings, which is going to take place yearly. But I would also want to check is there any form of resources that is going to be provided to this particular forum in order for it to execute its task successfully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tireko. May we then take the next comment from Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you, Kabazela. I greet the colleagues and everyone in the House. Chair, I just would like someone to define for me the principal traditional leaders. Exactly, I don't quite understand. Secondly, I would like to know, I know the chairman has just warned about the Contralesa and others, but I would like an explanation as to what is the point of interface or point of departure with traditional councils, especially the national houses, the provincial and district houses, because it cannot be imagined that there should be Chinese walls between these, because these are colleagues, and their problems would overlap. Much as one really appreciates that the kings and queens are accorded the positions they deserve. So I'd like to understand, what is the point of contact, especially considering common challenges that they encounter. And also, that has been alluded to already in terms of the mandate of this body, specifically the roles, duties, and responsibilities of the body. I think there is a danger, as has been alluded to by my other colleagues, of ending, forum sometimes, unfortunately, inadvertently or not, tend to suggest a talk shop. So I think that's really a danger to watch against. And then also lastly, maybe, Chair, what are the programs, what takes place between these two meetings, annual meetings, where they then gather? Because definitely that has to be the responsibility of the powers that be, together with some kings and queens, to understand fully what happens in between these meetings, so that when they converge, those are addressed, and whether there is capacity to address the problems that will be brought at those meetings to avoid again this situation of a talk shop. And the one of the budget has been mentioned. It goes a long way to understand what is the scope of the budget. Thank you very much, Chair. For now, those are the ones I would like to be clarified on.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi. Now, all your questions will be answered. The reference to Contralesa is slightly different because we're dealing there with something that's outside the structures of government, but all your questions are referring to structures that are within governance framework of traditional leaders. So that all of them must be dealt with. Honorable Fagu, Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and the meeting at large. Some of the points have been touched. I only have two now. The first one is for the kings, you have a forum, and for the queens, you have a council. Can you articulate the rationale behind that? I can say that towards the end, you were continuing as part of the presentation, you were referring to the Queens as Queens Forum at some point. Can we get clarity in relation to that? And in the two structures, for the Kings, you have alluded to election of a chairperson and a deputy. And for the Queens, you have alluded to the election of chairperson's office as well as the secretary. Then can that be clarified also? Who is going to perform the secretarial duties on the side of the King's Forum? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Taibosh.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. Chair, yeah, I'm largely covered. In fact, I'm 90% covered. It's just, I feel that this may have been a bit prematured. Then I'm also feeling strongly that this thing, even though I hear what you're saying about contra lesser and row lesser, now I know that contra lesser is the government favorite, but row lesser is also there, and they're also very strong. So this thing is going to play out almost like an NKC thing they did in the Khoisan thing, because I'm a member of Control Lesser, and not of Control Lesser, of Row Lesser, and I can see the arguments or on the group, all the complaints that, you know, in some cases, some municipalities consult with Row Lesser, some with Control Lesser, and there's always what you call it. However, Chair, I also feel that the structure has got the king structure. Unless they spell it out, it's got no power really. They've got no power. Some have got no land, some do have land. So my question is on parity. You know, are these kings also on par with each other? That's where my big concern is, because I know that we definitely know that some have land, but some have got no land. And what's going to happen there, especially if any new kings are being recognized, what happens then? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Taibosh. Honorable Van Zyl, you on the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a quick couple of questions, more technical, I suppose. I just wanted to find out, what is the projected total cost of convening and sustaining both the Majesty's Forum and Queen Council annually, and how is this cost justified in relation to service delivery needs in the rural communities? Then something I picked up is, why are provincial COCTA departments expected to bear the financial burden of travel and accommodation for kings and queens without a clear cost sharing or budgeting framework? I don't know if the department can maybe comment on that. And then how does the department plan to ensure that funding allocated for these forums is not misused or redirected from essential rural development services? Because we've seen, and it was quite recent, where one of the traditional leaders bought like rings and things for his girlfriend and spent all that money. And then, Chairperson, what specific developmental outcomes have been set for the forums? I've not picked that up, and you did mention that this is not a complete presentation given to us today. And
Honorable Van Zyl, you just disappeared. Did you mute yourself?
sorry, Chairperson.
Van Zyl, please
Yes.
go back two sentences back. We lost you.
Sorry. Is there specific developmental outcomes that's been set for these forums, and how will the department measure the impact on rural communities beyond just the symbolic meetings and pledges? I did note that you said at the start of the meeting that it's not a complete presentation and that they should bring more flesh, and I'm assuming that, you know, those developmental outcomes, the specifics of these things, included. So if the department could make those all officially recognized traditional leadership structure.
Yeah, it looks like you're connecting from the Platteland. We really got to lose you. So I'm not sure whether you are done now, but let's assume you are, because we've heard most of what you had to say, Honorable Van Zyl. I'm going to request, good, thank you. Then let's proceed. I think the members have raised the question that we all should be looking at. It's an interesting development for us. I think so far as this represents attention to the concerns of kings and queens, it's a welcome attention. The real issue for us is whether the structure is clear what it's supposed to achieve. The points have been raised about the issues of roles and powers, objectives of the forums and the council, the issue of why forum, why council, and how the two are related is not quite clear. Issue of the budgets, the terms of reference. I'm looking at our group here, we still haven't got that information. Terms of reference, constitution, roles, powers, budget. All of those things become essential when you deal with this matter. And of course, at the end, it's about what their program of action will be as it's envisaged. We should get that. What is this program that's being proposed? At the end, what of this relates to the roles with the provincial and what relates to the role with the national government. Relationship with the national houses are also issues that I think, as members have indicated, need to be clarified. And the issue of the combined as a platform, as a forum or a council, what of the issues of traditional leaders will they be dealing with, and what kind of jurisdiction do they have over those issues? And I think it's just a matter of clarification, not yet a question of, we're not questioning whether that should or shouldn't be the case, but it's a question of what is it? So those are the things that for us would be quite important. I would also say that there are a number of quite a lot of important issues. What would, for example, be their role on the issues of socio-economic development, issues of local economic development? Are there rules there? Issues of community mobilization around issues of social ills. We've got issues of crime, we've got issues of diseases, we've got issues of we've got issues of gender-based violence, we've got issues of teenage pregnancies, we've got issues, a whole lot of issues that might have a cultural dimension in their prevention and rehabilitation of the survivors thereof. Those issues become very interesting in terms of how we see the role of this, the traditional leadership, but also the issue of relationship between those traditional leadership institutions, the houses, for example, so that has been raised as well. But there are also other issues that have not been mentioned, which I think might be quite important. Issues of language development. If you look at all of those, most of those kingships are also linked to root of a particular language, issues of history, issues of cultural tourism, and so on. That becomes very, very interesting if we were to go through and discuss the matter very widely. So that's why for us, we would like to get a little bit more information about these issues. I'm going to ask that the members, DG and this department must respond. I still note that we haven't received any of those documents. I asked them to be brought here because I assume that the members are sitting with their laptops and they should be able to find the document and send them through. Should have happened by now. I think it's not just as simple a discussion as a short presentation. It's got to take us through quite a lot of aspects which we believe should have been part of this whole discussion and has not been tabled to the committee. So DG, please come through.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members for the comments. Chairperson, I would request that I switch off my camera so that my connectivity does not get affected, having shown my face a little earlier. I think firstly, as we appreciate the comments that have been made, one of the starting points to make, Honorable Chair, is that this is a new development. And as a new development, there are still a number of things that the Queens and their Majesties are working on. So, for example, whilst there were draft terms of reference that were discussed on both sides, for the Queen's Council as well as the King's, the Majesty's Forum, there was a recognition that there is further work and further input that they would like to make to concretize them further. Because the immediate priority after the establishment of the Majesty's Forum, the Majesty said, establish a structure for our Queens. This structure is specifically for, if you like, the spouses of their Majesties. Although we, in discussions with their Majesties, they have emphasized that let's not refer to them as spouses. It's not a structure for the spouses because they are queens in our kingships, but they are not the reigning ones as the ones that have been recognized that they are on the throne, such as Queen Mujaji, for example, such as the acting queen of a king of Vapedi, who is formally recognized in terms of legislation. Those kinds of queens become part of the Majesty's Forum. That's why the King's one is not called Kings, it's called Majesties, because it will then also accommodate those queens that are reigning and are on the throne. So the urgent thing that they raised was, let's establish this forum for the queens as in the spouses. Because we know from our side, they said to us, the critical role that they play. People might be seeing us alone as on our own as kings, but they might not be aware of the critical support that the queens play to make sure that the kingships are themselves very functional. So that was a priority. That's why there was a focus on establishing this. But perhaps what will then happen, and I think, Mashand, I know that the signed pledges are in A3 format, so it might be that there's a process of trying to condense them, but I think let's get the team to do that, because when they signed the pledges, they are in A3 format. So I think they should just find a way to condense them so that they can be scanned and then sent. So those are available. But what we would ask through you, Honorable Chair, that we allow the structure to concretize their own work is in terms of this terms of reference, because they made it clear that they still want to make more input in these areas. And I think maybe just in addition to indicate that these are not structures necessarily provided for in the Traditional Inquest and Leadership Act. They are not. The kings, their majesties have indicated to us that if you look at the structures that are there in law now, the traditional councils, the national houses, the provincial houses, the local houses, there aren't structures that actually bring kings together or their majesties together. The requirements for member belonging to national house is for senior traditional leaders. And as you go down to the levels, they don't include kings, they don't include queens. And so the issue was, we need something that brings us together because the ones provided for in law do not do that. And in fact, it's one of the issues that we know the Queen's Council was raising, that with this process now of amendments to or retabling of the Traditional Inquest and Leadership Act, they will then make proposals in terms of which they might want to see a formalization of these kinds of structures that we call forums at the moment. But the good thing is that now that they are together, they've been organized the way, they will be able to share ideas amongst themselves and advice on how they believe there can be provision in legislation for them. So there isn't provision in legislation for these structures at the moment, which then addresses the critical issues that all the honorable members have been asking. What are the powers in law? There aren't powers in law for them as a collective. The powers in law that are there are for them as recognized kings and queens. That's what is provided for in law, but not in terms of the structures that we have at the moment. But they have made it clear that this now becomes an opportunity for them to talk to one another and make suggestions and advise government in terms of how formalization can take place going forward. So I think that that space is being created, is being opened for them to have these engagements that they were not able to have before. There was a question raised, I think it was by Honorable Telisi, about what is their relationship with the structures that exist, the statutory structures that exist, like the National House. In fact, in the Act at the moment, the National House is required to have engagements with kings. I think it's Section 40 of the Act, that they are required to have engagement with the kings. But in the absence of a structure, what the National House has been doing is that it approaches them individually. So they go to meet with the Kumkan so and so around this time, then they make another arrangement and they make another arrangement. This becomes actually a good platform for them to, in addition to visiting the kings individually, to being able to engage with the kings as a collective. It serves other purposes as well, because, for example, when there are discussions in terms of policy proposal, legislative proposals, the Act provides for the National House to consider the draft pieces of legislation and within 60 days make submissions to the Secretary of Parliament. That way you have an organized structure for senior traditional leaders to do that through the houses. But if you would want to have the kings have a platform to engage amongst themselves and make proposals and make submissions, Honorable Mthatho was asking, can they make inputs into the constitutional agreement? Now that they are a collective, they are able to discuss these matters among themselves, as opposed to what we had functioning previously as individuals. So that was the main motivation, that let's have a platform where they can facilitate peer review amongst themselves, where they can engage on critical issues facing the country, including legislation, including socio-economic development, and share ideas, where they can be reached as a collective by various stakeholders, either government, for example, at the time when the white paper on migration was being developed and the concerns around foreign nationals in rural communities, there was a strong view from the Ministry of Home Affairs at the time that they've engaged with the House, now they would want to engage with the kings. But the issue was, how were they going to engage with them as a collective? It was going to be with them individually again. So it actually facilitates that kind of interaction. And that's why it becomes easier even then for the different ministries to interface with them going forward. What happens in practice also in terms of the relationship? They invite each other. So the National House gets invited to the engagements. That's far. They get invited to the engagements of the forums, and they are able to make an input there. So it serves that particular purpose as well at the moment. Now, the question that has been asked about what happens if a new king is recognized, that is the understanding that the new king then becomes a member of the forum. So, for example, when the forum was conceived initially, the recognition for the Queen of Balobedu had not been finalized as yet. Post that finalization, she's a member. When the forum was conceived initially, the formal recognition of Queen Thulare as the acting Queen of Bapedi kinship had not been finalized. And following that finalization, she now comes on board as a member of the Majesties Forum. So it is understood in that way that as new kings, as new majesties get recognized, then they become part of the forum. So I would just like to suggest that I think in terms of specific issues relating to the documents that have been requested, that we be allowed to make available
Recording stopped.
the pledges that have been signed at the moment, but we allow the two structures. They've asked that they want to have a joint session. They want to have a joint planning session. And over the last few days, we've been in liaison with the office of Kim Mabena and Kumkankazi Ndamazi on how we take that joint planning process forward. And they've advised that, firstly, there has to be a pre-planning for that session because they have ideas in terms of who needs to be invited as potential partners that they can work with. And they want to structure this thing very carefully. So they've asked that we have a pre-planning session. In the pre-planning session will be the chair and deputy chair of the Majesties Forum, and then it will be the chair, deputy chair of the Queen's Councils. And there's just work around logistics there. And that is going to pre-plan for the actual joint session of the two structures. And a lot of these things now will emerge from that particular process that they are going to lead themselves. And we appeal that process be allowed to unfold. And once it has reached a certain level of concretization on their part as our leaders, then we can then come back to the portfolio committee to provide an update on some of these critical issues that are being raised. I think there's a question also that has been raised by Honorable Buthelezi around what a principal traditional leader is. It's a position provided for in law. Thus far, you have two that are in that position. If my records are correct, that is the Morena Emuholu Mota and Morena Emuholu Mupedi. Now they are somewhere between a king and a senior traditional leader in that they are slightly below a king, but they've got senior traditional leaders under them. And so that is that level of principal traditional leader as provided for in the Act. As I say, it's the two of them at the moment. But in terms of these kinds of engagements, they are accommodated in the structure of the Queens. What will happen in terms of secretarial functions for the King's Forum, for the Majesty's Forum? We are providing that support at the moment, and until further advice, once the concretization processes go forward, we will continue to provide that support to them. I think I would just pause there, Honorable Chair, and then ask Mashandu to speak to some of the issues that have been raised that I've missed. I think in terms of the funding.
Recording in progress.
There is funding allocation for the kingships that is in provincial budget. So whenever they attend all sorts of meetings, not just the King's Forum, all sorts of meetings that they are responsible for, or they get invited to, and so on and so on. Provinces normally step in because of the budgets that have been allocated for that particular purpose. So we're just doing this kind of cost sharing in the sense that we pay for the venue. What we have seen in practice is that in some instances, a province would say, we will be able to go this far to assist with the travel arrangements. Can you step in and assist with the balance? And we do it in a cooperative sense like that with the province. But we believe, as a last point from my side, Honorable Chair, that this creates a very good basis for socioeconomic development in rural communities, because one of the things they have said in terms of some of the stakeholders they have identified to invite to their joint planning session is partners that can work with them in their respective communities on socioeconomic development. And the advantage here is that instead of expecting these partners to now approach their majesties individually, they are able then to meet with them as a collective, share ideas with them, provide guidance, which downstream should then translate into actual projects that benefit their communities. With your permission, Honorable Chair, Mashandu will step in and just add in those areas where I might have left out some of the responses. Thanks.
Hi, Manglan Tiji. Yeah, you know the expression of Tukashang is stoop. Tiji, the workshops you haven't had are fine. We'll wait for those documents. The meetings we're still going to host we're fine. We'll wait for those. We're just asking for the documents on which you based your slide presentation. That's what we're asking for. Now, don't say we must wait until those meetings are hosted, because you've got something that you've given to us. It's a summary form. We want to see the detail. That's all we're saying. So don't say, no, well, let's wait those processes to unfold. No, we're not worried about those processes. We're interested in the document that brought you here. So I don't think we must take it, this committee will wait until another meeting is hosted in September and we know what is happening. We want to know where are the documents that are the basis of the presentation that you have given us. That is the request. Now, yes, you might be, hosting this and that and the others in your budget. But if they came and asked for 10,000, I'm sure you'd give them. But if they came and gave you a request for 15 million, you would say, no, wait, we don't have that. But we want to know, what have you allowed for it? Is it 10,000? Is it 1 million? Is it 15 million? Is it 300,000? We want to have a sense. What is it? Now, the way you're answering it, you're making it sound like it's quite everything's here undefined. We don't understand that. What we want to understand is there was a meeting, here are the documents. There was an agreement on this term of reference, here's a document. We have agreed that we'll support them. This is what we've allowed them. That's the concrete information we're looking for. We're not going to go past this point without getting the information on which you have created this presentation. So if Mashandu is not coming with that information, consider that it's still not answered. And it's not like we're going to say we will wait until you meet in September or meet again in July before you can answer the question. No, we're not asking for that. We just want to know up to where you are. We can see the gaps of what you need to close going forward. We just want to know, what have you got? So let's make a bit of a distinction between what the committee is asking for and what you still have to plan. So there are lots of issues that we are still raising. And if you have not reached there, that's fine. But a simple issue, you are here now. Where have you come from? What have you been doing? So that's what we're talking about. Honorable Mtetwa, are you coming in now?
Yes, Chair. I wanted also to ask a question in relation to the issue of budgeting, just to question if it's allowed.
Yes, do your question. They're still answering.
Okay, yes. I wanted to ask, there was something that I remember from the late King Goodwill from KwaZulu. He used to complain the manner in which the provincial government was handling his affairs, where he would end up saying, this thing that there is a budget of so much that is set aside for his office, he never gets to see this, because the manner in which the premier's officers would handle the majesty issues, they will handle him like a child wherein he does not get afforded his budget to do what he wants. He gets told that he must submit invoices, and then the office of the premier will do the requisition and the quotation, and they end up saying, this is what we've obtained for you. And that ends up jeopardizing the activity which the king has planned, because in case the people they've procured don't pitch up to ferry people into his event, and the event becomes actually a mess. So also this idea of this forum, I would request that when you say you have a budget for these majesty, give them their money, let them handle their affairs. Don't say that your offices of government will handle their affairs, even the procurement of every goods and services. It is very undermining.
Okay, that question would need a debate at a slightly different level, because you're being specific about the Zulu monarch and the provincial government. So we can talk about that specifically when we have to focus on that. Maybe we'll come to that point where we'll have to ask the provincial governments to tell us about that. But you're referring to a specific complaint, which I think is something that would need to be directed to the provincial government so we understand how they operate. The question you are raising is about the budget, that part in relation to the kings and the current forum and council that is being discussed. It remains relevant there. So let's proceed. DG, please come back.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think the Chair has summarized it quite well, that there are things that where it's still work in progress and that we will revert to the committee, but that there are other basic things that should be made available. I see in the chat platform here that Mashando says she has now shared with Shirin. I don't know if Shirin will be able to advise if she's been able to receive the information Mashando is referring to here. So I think that then will assist with the question the Honourable Chair was raising. But then still, if there are other additions that she would want to make, I would appeal to the Chair that she be allowed to step in.
Mashando, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. DG covered most of the items, but I just want to indicate this. There was a question that was raised by Honourable Member Direko on how this structure will be rolled out in other provinces. One of the things that the Queen's Council has committed to doing is to engage with the wives of traditional leaders in their respective areas, because what has happened previously is that you'd find that there are structures that the traditional leaders had established. Like, for instance, in KZN, you've got Umgogodla kaZulu. In the Eastern Cape, you have got Amakoskazi Agomkulu. There is one structure as well in the Free State, and also the one in Mpumalanga. So they are then going to be working with those structures to make sure that they are working together on socio-economic development issues. I mean, the chairperson spoke about GBVF, which is one of the things that they want to focus on, the issue of socio-economic development and agriculture in their respective areas, because they feel that other women in those communities, they can be empowered to be involved in development initiatives so that they can change their lives, and it contributes towards poverty alleviation. That's one aspect, but also the minister has also advised that the letters be written to offices of the premiers. Most provinces have got spousal offices, which can then work closely with the structure of the South African Queen's Council in development initiatives. I know in other provinces, there are programs within the Office of the Premier that are specifically run by the spouses of the Premier. So they would be working closely with those structures in other programs. In terms of the budget for these forums, this forms part of our annual operational plan. So when we are budgeting within the allocation in our department, that is going to be forming part of that budget allocation, because it's one of the activities in our annual operational plan. We can quickly get what it is that we have, the amount that we have spent in the previous financial year for these structures, but I can indicate that it hasn't been a substantial amount of money, because we're paying for the venue and catering with other provinces. I mean, with accommodation and travel, provinces are footing the bill for that, and hence DG was talking about the issues of cooperation with other government departments. I think those are the issue on the forum versus the council. We had a lengthy discussion with the Queens themselves, together with the minister and deputy ministers, including the chairperson of the King's Forum. It was a proposal from them as Queens to say, let's rather be called Queen's Council instead of South African Queen's Forum, because right now the King's Forum, it's King's stroke Queen's Forum, because it also consists of reigning queens. So they felt that there could be a bit of confusion if there is also a structure that is called a South African Queens Forum, yet we have King's stroke Queens Forum. Hence, they then resolved that it would be called a South African Queens Council. That was the discussion that we had, and that came from them. It was a resolution that they took as a collective. I think other issues that other questions, I guess DG has taken care of them. Thank you, Chairperson. The documents have been shared with Shireen, and if there's something outstanding, I think she can let us know, but I've forwarded the terms of reference for both structures, the pledge for both structures, although the ones for the Queen's Council has not been signed, because there was one queen that was not that fell ill on the day of signing of the pledge, but the copy of that has been shared with members. Thank you.
Yeah, no thanks. You see, DG, now I've seen the documents. Your presentation has not been fair. You've made a very small summary, a very skimpy summary of what has happened. The documents are much more enlightening than what you have tabled. I think we should have actually submitted them in the first instance so that we have an understanding, because there's quite a lot of questions that have been asked, some of which are actually handled in this document in a manner that gives a better clarity. But there were specific questions, one raised by Honorable Van Zyl about the budgetary allowance, what is there, and what about the provinces, what about national? Can you clarify that aspect? And a question about principal traditional leaders, let's deal with that as well. And then members will indicate what is remaining. My inclination is that the members should go back and read these documents now that they've been supplied. We might have to just take a bit of time just to clarify or any new questions. I don't want us to extend this discussion. It's gone on for almost 1.5 hours now. And we didn't have the documents on time to be able to, apply our minds on this matter before. Let's deal with those outstanding questions for now. Honorable DG.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think on the principal traditional leaders one, we had spoken to it, unless Honorable Buthelezi has a follow-up. But as we were indicating, it's in terms of the legislation that when the traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act was amended, there was an introduction of another level of traditional leadership, so that in addition to king and queens and seniors and headmen, you then had another level called principal traditional leaders. And as I was indicating, that at the moment, you have that level where they are not exactly at the level of a king, but they are senior than senior traditional leaders. And as I indicated, is those two principles at the moment in the Free State, Morane Moholo Mota and Morane Moholo Mubedi. They have senior traditional leaders under them, but in rank they're slightly below that of a king, and those are the two principles. But in terms of this forum, they are part of the forum because they wouldn't qualify to be members of the houses either. On the budget issues in relation to what Honorable Van Zyl has asked, I think as Mashando has indicated, what can be done is just to provide details in terms of what has been spent thus far from our side, and as we do the process of finalization of the budget for the 2025-26 financial year, we will then also, based on our annual operational plan, outline what we see ourselves spending in terms of those meetings and the catering for those meetings. We may then have to find a process, because I think the provinces budget differently. Honorable Mthethwa gave an example of KZN. They have established a unit in the structure of the Office of the Premier, which has a budget and attends to resourcing for the kingship differently. Mpumalanga also has a slightly different approach, where they make an allocation and basically, as the kingship spends money, they spend against that allocation. But what the Office of the Premier does, the COCTA does, is they help them with the financial management part and record keeping part of it, so that they are able to account for it. And as the Honorable Chair says, they can then be a matter for future debate on the desirability of that approach. But we may then have to engage with the province, so that they are then able to assist us with the specific allocations that the Honorable Van Zyl is asking for. But for us as national, in terms of our own resourcing, we'll be able to pull together what has been spent thus far, and we can then project in terms of the year ahead, how we see the allocation going for those activities. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable members, is there any question that is outstanding, not responded to? I'm not asking for new questions. And Honorable Buthelezi, this issue of principal traditional leadership is somewhat of it was a construct based on the intervention in a difficult situation where there were communities that ended up with two kings. And if you look at the history and the approach, history of the communities and the approach of the Nkapo Commission also reflected that for every community, there would have been one king, but because of various historical factors and developments, there ended up being two recognized, and therefore there was a way of trying to streamline. And in this case, there was a consensus in communities that there may well be a senior house and a lower house, or for lack of a better word. And therefore, in that instance, the community still recognized the house to be senior to the ordinary senior traditional leadership. So that created a gap for a definition of a principal traditional leader, whereas there will then be communities where there may not have been a king, but there was a feeling that there was a status higher than the senior traditional leadership that got accommodated through this principal traditional leadership. So this on its own means that there's quite a lot of work in kind of trying to redefine various traditional leadership levels in different communities, which gives you the kind of inconsistency that we are seeing at this point. Maybe without creating further controversy, let me just say that would probably give you a sense as to what the history of this principal traditional leadership would have come from. The question of whether the kings and principal traditional leaders should or should not have been part of the House of Traditional Leaders, I think it's a matter that's going to be part of an ongoing debate, because I think it also came from an interpretation of, would you want the king to be subjected to a confrontation or a debate in the House, or would they be adequately represented if they nominated some of the traditional leaders to represent them? And so that's an area that I think, as we look into the whole issue of the new Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, we might have to revisit, as it were. But having said so, honorable members, I want to propose that the department has just submitted the documents that should have been part of the original submission to us. Please go through those documents, let's read them. And the department still has to provide additional information in relation to budgeting, the support structure that they've created for the traditional leader, for the kings, and also a much clearer definition of what is this relationship. It's very confusing if you look at the document. On the one side is a well-established structure, the Queen's Councils. On the one side is also a structure that is part of and in support of the Majesties. So they need to clarify that a bit more clearly. And so that we don't have to guess what is happening. Probably work needs to be also done to clarify the relationships between between the kings and the provincial governments, so that when we sit here, we can have a sense of what that entails, especially if you look at the example of KwaZulu-Natal and the examples of Eastern Cape and the other provinces where there might be multiple kings. So those issues might need a bit further clarification. However, I think we should, as the committee, agree to invite, seek audience with the kings and queens in the format that they would prefer, so that we can just get an advice, a counsel of how we as committee can work with, support, and also oversee the work that's being done over the King's forums and so on. So at that point, we might need to then bring back all these documents and look through that whole discussion together. So with that, I would suggest that we pause the discussion at this point and ask that the department to supply us a bit more of the other information, and that we should then consider inviting the Majesty's Forum and Queen's Council for a consultative engagement with the committee. And then at least we'll be better informed of how we can support the structure and how we can deal with the issues of their expectations and their concerns, as well as what government's commitments are and how this will be implemented. I think if we leave it at that, we should be able to pick up this matter again, having a slightly different format of this meeting where the Majesties will be represented, and we can take the matter forward. With that, colleagues, I want to say thank you. to the Department of Traditional Affairs, we would ask them that they must provide us this information within the next 7 days, and that the committee will look for an appropriate time for this discussion to take place in committee. Thank you very much. Therefore, we close this issue. Can we have a look at the agenda and look at the next issue? Honorable to the Secretary, please table us the agenda so we can take the next issue. The Director General should take us through the issue of the MC bill. Please put the agenda on, and then the Director General will be invited to table the matter. DG DCOC, thank you very much. Thanks, the DG of the Traditional Affairs and your management team. You can step out of the platform. We have closed the issue. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to all the members of the committee. We have prepared a structured presentation, but we are also very much aware about some of the pointed questions that you would want to address on the MC bill. I am accompanied by my colleagues. They're all here with me. The DDG responsible for policy governance and administration, Dr. Kevin Naidu, is going to take us through the presentation. It's a short presentation. It's not a long presentation on the MC bill. Then we will take questions immediately after that. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I'm going to ask Dr. Naidu to lead us. Dr. Naidu.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, DGs, colleagues on the call. The presentation that we make this morning, the Honorable Chair and members, is to just trying to get control of the presentation. Is to provide the committee with an overview on the provisions that are in the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Interventions Bill. We will refer to it as IMSI as we make the presentation. And the presentation is structured thus: we will give background, we will provide some experience, empirical evidence in terms of how the interventions have been administered in the past, how we've gone about developing the bill, the provisions that lie in the bill, how it is structured, and then some recommendations at the end of the presentation. So we start by providing constitutional context and deriving from Chapter 3. Chapter 3, as one would know, deals with cooperative government and provides that each sphere of government must respect the constitutional status, powers, and functions of another sphere, but that each sphere must exercise its powers and functions in a manner that does not encroach on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. And that which I've cited draws directly from the Constitution. The bill, of course, focuses on sections 100 and 139 of the Constitution, and it provides for safeguards, checks and balances in the governmental system when one sphere of government cannot or is unable to discharge its executive obligations in terms of the constitution or legislation. Section 100 deals specifically when a province cannot or does not fulfill an executive obligation in terms of the constitution, the legislation, and that the national executive may intervene by taking any appropriate steps to ensure fulfillment of that obligation. Section 139 deals with municipalities and when it cannot or does not fulfill an executive obligation and what the relevant provincial executive may do to intervene in those instances. The national legislation, which we have now before us in the IMSI bill, derives from Section 103 specifically and Section 139(8) of the Constitution, which requires that national legislation may regulate the implementation of those specific sections. So how have we gotten here? What has informed us to develop the IMSI bill in the manner that it has, and what informed the provisions that we have therein? So we start by saying that there's been difficulties by provinces in interpreting what constitutes an executive obligation. We've discovered that there's been limitations in terms of Section 139(1) to failures to fulfill an executive obligation, which led to difficulties in interpreting when an intervention is permitted, but also what steps may be permitted when undertaking an intervention. We've also discovered through our experience that except in few instances, the vast majority of interventions were conducted in terms of the general application of Section 139(1)(b) of the Constitution, with far less focus on financial provisions and the issuing of directives in terms of Section 139(1)(a). We've also discovered that there's little indication that provincial legislatures exercised oversight over their executive council's actions. Some provinces have been unable to submit regular progress reports, and in some instances, even final close-out reports. We've also discovered resistance and obstructionist tendencies when municipal councils and specifically personnel in municipalities, to the extent that there is no cooperation, bordering on illegal activities such as destroying documentation and issuing of illegal instructions to other municipal officials against persons that would be appointed to administer the affairs of municipalities. We've also discovered that provinces tend to interpret the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution differently from one province to another. We've also discovered that when provinces do second an administrator or appoint an administrator, municipal personnel become skeptical and reluctant, and in most times uncooperative, to assist the administrator. More often than not, provinces lack the capacity to deal with their mandates of monitoring and supporting local government in terms of personnel, funds, institutional knowledge, and expertise. We've also discovered that some of the interventions could have been prevented if an early warning system leading to proper support would have been in place. We also noted that in certain instances, even though support may have been provided, the municipality did not take ownership in resolving their problems. We have noted, however, that the NCOP seems to have played a key role in providing objectivity, mediation, and on-site investigation. And we asked the question as to whether this could have been done by the province as part of their support or assistance role. There is uncertainty regarding the nature of and required intensity of the intergovernmental checks and balances. That includes the review by the Minister and the National Council of Provinces. We believe that the involvement of the district municipalities have also been disparate or disproportionate across provinces. Lastly, we found that the participation by the local community in the implementation of Section 1391B interventions is indeed a critical factor for its success. So how have we arrived at the bill that we have presently before Parliament? There have been significant amount of consultations with all stakeholders, including national departments, the Premier's offices, provincial departments responsible for local government, and the treasuries. We've discussed this matter at several MINMECs that we've had with various office bearers, unions, organized labor, organized local government, as well as taking this matter before NEDLAC. Cabinet had also given us approval to publish the bill for public comments. We had done so on the 5th of July, 2023. It appeared in the Government Gazette a week later, and giving ample time for comments to be submitted by the 26th of August of 2023. We received more than 1,000 written comments, inputs from various stakeholders, which were subjected to discussion and which found itself expressed in the bill that we have before us. As is mandatory, we have subjected it to constitutionality testing by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, and we've also received socio-economic impact assessment from the Presidency as well. In order to get it to Parliament, we had to serve the bill before Cabinet. We had done so in the Cabinet Committee of the 19th of March, whereafter it had been served before Cabinet a week later. So pursuant to that, we had extensive engagements with the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, dealing with uncertainties in some of the provisions before we could get final sign-off from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor and submitting it to Parliament, which we did on the 31st of March of this year. 2 weeks later, Parliament had published the bill on its ATC on the 15th of April. So that's the journey that we've taken to get the bill to where it is in Parliament, underpinning the need to ensure that every municipality must work. This slide then references or begins to talk to what is in the bill itself. So before we even get to the purpose, one would find in the bill a preamble that references various provisions in the Constitution, starting with sections 100 and 139. The preamble also references section or chapter 13 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, but then goes on also to talk to sections 125 and 154 of the Constitution. The broad thrust of the bill is in the purpose, and we've delineated the 6 various factors that relates or find itself in the purpose or in the long title of the bill, dealing with, as has been said already, sections 100, 139, the matter relating to provision for targeted support to provinces and municipalities that are in need. It deals with monitoring of provinces and municipalities to fulfill executive obligations. Steps before an intervention could take place in terms of sections 100 and 139. It provides specifically for the appointment of administrators and then for other related matters. On the right-hand side of the slide, what we've tried to provide at a very high level is a summary of the 7 chapters that we have in the bill, which then perhaps is mentioned in a little bit more detail later on in the presentation. I think of significance and to get an understanding of what lives in the bill is provided for on the slide here. So we try to provide a graphic representation of that. And as you would see from left to right in the middle of the slide, we provide for chapter 1 going to chapter 7. So we've color coded, for example, chapter 2 and chapter 4. So in many instances, the chapters are a reflection in the first instance on section 100 or interventions in provinces, and then mirrored in chapter 4. So chapter 2, chapter 4, you would want to perhaps say is a reflection of each other. The one dealing with provinces, and then the second dealing with municipalities. So chapter 2, for example, would deal with provision of the fulfillment of executive obligations in the province. It would deal with national support for provinces. And then when you look at the mirror in chapter 4, deals with the same thing, but at a municipal level, providing for the municipal executive obligation, and then the national and provincial support for municipalities. If we look at chapter 3 and chapter 5, which are mirrors of each other, but chapter 5 deals with provinces, chapter 3 deals with provinces, and chapter 5 deals with municipalities. So when you go further or deeper into chapter 3, there's 9 different parts to that chapter, whereas chapter 5 would have a similar number of parts, but in addition, it deals with the dissolution of municipal councils when it comes to municipalities. So the 9 different parts in chapter 3 deals with decision-making, regulatory measures, directives to provinces, assumption of responsibility for the executive obligation, provisions to facilitate achievement of intervention objectives, the procedures for imposing, reviewing, amending, revising, and terminating the intervention, monitoring and review of national intervention in province, and then it provides for miscellaneous provisions. So that's chapter 3, and chapter 5 would provide a mirror of that, the one dealing with provinces and then the other dealing with municipalities. Chapter 6 deals specifically with the administrator, the national representative or the provincial representative, and then chapter 7 deals with miscellaneous matters. So at a high level, Honorable Chairperson, members of the committee, that is what is reflected in the bill largely. Of course, on the right-hand side, on the top, we've put in just a few of the definitions, but that is dealt with in the ensuing slides as well. As I close on the slide, perhaps to say that the weightiest of the chapters would be chapters 3 and 5 of the Constitution, of the bill, sorry. The next slides deal with a summary at a very high level in respect of each of the chapters in the bill. So we've tried to, at best, paraphrase what lives in the bill so as to give the committee a sense, a summary of the various provisions that have been incorporated in the bill. And perhaps that would be a disclaimer, but for the actual provisions or the actual meat, one would need to go into the bill itself to understand the various provisions therein. We have lifted out some of the, and we believe, pertinent definitions from Chapter 1. We start with executive obligation. And perhaps when I reflect on the discussions that we've had with the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, we may have spent a lot of time in relation to what definition we could provide for executive obligation. We would have wanted something to have been a bit more prescriptive, detailing exactly what executive obligation entails, but the limitations were that we did not have considerable or enough jurisprudence to inform what executive obligation could be. And for us, we believe that this is the crux of the matter when it comes to intervening in either a province or a municipality. We've defined intervention step, and it is provided for in Section 13.2 and Section 42.2 of the bill. And an intervention step would include issuing of a directive, an assumption of responsibility for the executive obligation, the implementation of measures to regulate decisions, and for municipalities, we also reference Chapter 3 of the MFMA. We deal with matters relating to dissolution as well as the appointment of senior managers. The bill also provides a definition for national executive, and it cross-references Section 91 of the Constitution, which essentially means the cabinet. We define what national executive member is, and it means that it is a member of the cabinet responsible for specific national legislation. We define what the national executive representative is, as well as what the provincial executive representative is. In the first instance, where the national executive may appoint a person of a national department, entity to fulfill an executive obligation, and that in the instance of the provincial executive representative, for the provincial executive to appoint an official of a national or provincial department, entity, or municipality, or a person in the private sector to be the provincial executive representative. Importantly, we reference or we define what the Office of Standards and Compliance is. And one must have regard to Section 17 of the Public Administration Management Act that actually establishes the Office of Standards and Compliance. So as the department, the ministry was preparing or presenting or submitting the bill to Parliament, we had initiated a discussion or a request for a discussion with the Department of Public Service Administration to get their work in order that the office is established at the time that the bill is promulgated. Chapter 1 then also provides, and I think this is important to note, the establishment of a national coordinating committee, as well as a provincial coordinating committee for each of the provinces. The National Coordinating Committee is made up of the Minister of Cooperative, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Service and Administration, as well as any other minister appointed by the National Executive. When you have regard to Section 75 of the Act of the Bill, you would see that the Minister of Cooperative is the chair of the National Coordinating Committee. At the provincial level, The Provincial Coordinating Committee consists of the Minister responsible of the MEC responsible for local government. It is made up of the MEC responsible for finance and any other MEC that would be appointed by the provincial executive. And when one has regard to section 75(3) of the bill, you would see that the PCC is jointly or co-chaired by the MEC responsible for local government, as well as the MEC for finance. Chapter 1 then goes on to provide in detail the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions of the national executive, and then a different section providing for the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions of the provincial executive. And we have indicated what some of those powers would be, or how it goes about exercising those powers. Chapter 2, and the way the presentation is constructed, Honorable Chair and members, is that the slide would indicate what the chapter deals with, and then the components or the parts that follow in the chapter. So at a very high level, it indicates that Chapter 2 provides for provinces and that the primary responsibility resides with the province to ensure that it fulfills its executive obligations. It must have an early warning system to alert itself and national government and take immediate steps to avert non-fulfillment of the executive obligation. The Minister of Public Service Administration must, through the Office of Standards and Compliance, which we have made mention a little while ago, establish a monitoring system to monitor fulfillment of the executive obligation and roles and responsibilities of the national government. Provinces that need assistance must formally request support through the Office of the Premier to the National Executive Member. The National Executive Member must analyze that request within 3 months and prepare a detailed support plan. If the National Executive Member does not respond, the Premier may then request the President for additional support. Chapter 3 deals with national intervention in provinces, and as indicated a little earlier, this would be one of your weightier chapters together with Chapter 5. The 9 components that make up the chapter are listed on this slide. But when we summarize it, we say that this chapter requires that the relevant National Executive Member must request the National Coordinating Committee to consider an intervention, which is then recommended to Cabinet after alternatives to an intervention may be considered. Interventions must be tailored, incremental, and based on the seriousness of the failure. And once approved, an intervention plan is developed. The National Executive Member can appoint a department, public entity, or an advisor to carry out the intervention, and may also issue directives or take over certain provincial functions. Expenses can be recovered from the province. Provincial officials who obstruct or cause maladministration may be suspended and their duties reassigned. The province must support the national executive representative and budget accordingly. Provinces are required to cooperate with the intervention and ensure continuity, and the accounting officers remain responsible under the Public Finance Management Act. National Treasury may designate accounting officers or authorities if vacancies or suspensions occur, or exercise specific PFMA-related functions during an intervention. The Minister must notify the province and the National Council of Provinces of the intervention, and the NCOP must approve the intervention within 180 days or it lapses. Chapter 3 also requires that interventions must be reviewed at least quarterly, and based on the reviews, they may be revised, extended, or terminated. Provinces are also required to comment on any changes. When objectives of the intervention are met, the intervention must be formally terminated and reported to stakeholders. The NCOP is required to monitor interventions and may request information. Lastly, as we conclude this chapter, we say that provinces must operate within the law and avoid undermining national interventions. Chapter 4 then deals with the monitoring and support of municipalities, and it provides for monitoring fulfillment of the executive obligation and national and provincial support for municipalities in need. By way of summary, municipalities are primarily responsible for fulfilling their obligations under Section 152 of the Constitution. They must implement an early warning system to detect and report risks of non-compliance to themselves, the province, and the minister. National and provincial governments must monitor municipalities under relevant legislation, and municipalities needing help must submit a written motivation dealing the support required, and if approved, the responsible department or MEC will prepare a tailored support plan. Requests outside a province's competence must go through the MEC to the relevant national department, which national provincial department may then offer guidance, advice, or temporarily assign specialist personnel depending on available resources. If a province detects a failure or risk of failure in a municipality, the MEC for local government in the province must assess its severity and whether remedial steps are being taken. If the municipality lacks the capacity to respond effectively, the MEC is required to inform the minister. If the national department is alerted to a failure in the municipality, it must request a provincial report within 30 days. If the failure involves another line function, that specific national executive member must act. The minister is required to consult with the premier and the MEC and take steps if municipal failure is confirmed. Chapter 5 deals with municipalities as opposed to Chapter 3, which we've already discussed, deals with provinces. And these 10 parts make up Chapter 5. In summary, we say that MECs may intervene if a municipality fails to fulfill its executive obligations. But before intervening, they must assess the situation under relevant legal provisions and may consider alternatives like additional support or legal action. The interventions can include assistance, directives, assumption of functions, budget-related matters, the dissolution of the council, or appointment of officials. Directives must outline failures and corrective measures. If steps are assumed, a provincial executive rep must be appointed to fulfill obligations, possibly from government or the private sector. Municipal councils and administrations must not obstruct interventions. The provincial executive may suspend obstructive or negligent officials and appoint replacements. The dissolution of councils, importantly, will require consideration of community impact and consultation with national stakeholders. Municipalities must support and not hinder interventions, and accounting officers remain responsible during interventions unless otherwise directed. Lastly, as we conclude the provisions in Chapter 5, the Provincial Treasury can designate alternative accounting officers during intervention, particularly for large municipal budgets, but in consultation with the National Treasury. Interventions must be publicly declared within 14 days and communicated to national and provincial stakeholders. The minister may also intervene if a province cannot act. Interventions are required to be reviewed after 3 months, and amendments, terminations, and escalations must be properly assessed and documented with the consideration of the impact of the solutions. The minister, the National Council of Provinces, and other bodies review and may influence interventions, and regular progress reports and information sharing are mandated. Municipalities are also required to provide information that will assist in decision making, and interventions should include plans for capacity building to address underlying weaknesses. A final report on the intervention must be submitted within 30 days after the intervention ends. Chapter 6 deals with the appointment of administrators, the national and provincial executive representatives. The section is quite detailed in terms of how that happens, the responsibilities in relation to each of them, the administrator and the national and provincial executive representatives. But it also requires that the minister must publish a list of qualified candidates. The roles may be fulfilled by individuals or groups acting collectively under written direction from the national or provincial executive. The provincial executive appoints the provincial executive representative. The municipal administration is accountable to him or her, while the provincial administration reports to the national executive representative. Appointments are limited to the duration of the intervention unless extended for transitional tasks. Dismissed appointees are removed from the official list that is required to be published as indicated earlier. Appointees must receive written mandates and terms of reference from the relevant executive, defining their authority and responsibilities under various intervention types. And appointees must report back to the appointing executive on intervention outcomes and advise whether the municipality or province is capable of fulfilling its obligations independently going forward. Chapter 7, the last chapter in the bill, deals with miscellaneous matters. It provides firstly for the intervening national or provincial department cover the cost of appointing the administrators or the national or provincial executive representatives, but may recover these costs from the relevant province or municipality. Individuals or officials who violate provisions related to interventions may face fines or imprisonment up to 10 years or both. As indicated at the outset, the minister chairs the National Coordinating Committee. The Provincial Coordinating Committee are chaired by the MECs for local government and finance jointly, with support from the relevant provincial departments. The national executive members must enter into memoranda of understanding with their MEC counterparts, outlining responsibilities, coordination through intergovernmental fora, and any other prescribed.
Recording stopped.
The minister may issue regulations consistent with the Act and must consult the Minister of Finance for matters affecting the PFMA or the MFMA. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, as we conclude the presentation, we recommend to the committee that the committee notes the provisions in the MC bill and that the committee provides further guidance on the processing of the bill. With that, we say thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty and the DG. Sorry, you got me. You know, my neighbors, I got a neighbor who's Kevin Chetty, you see. So I'm sorry about that, Mr. Naidu and the rest of the team, DG. Thank you very much. The presentation has been made. It's a very long road towards the adoption of the bill, and there's a long process for processing the bill. Shirin is going to put it on the screen, but we will entertain questions to the members. I don't expect anything to be exhaustive because we're just beginning the process. So Shirin will put this process.
Recording in progress.
Let's put it on the screen. Move it up so we can see all of it. That's still not good enough. Just try and reduce the rest of the things at the top so the whole thing is seen at the same time. In the meantime, we've got comments from the members. We'll start with Honorable Mkalipi, then Mtetwa, and then we take it from there. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much, Chair. Greetings to DG and the team. I'm not sure if the political principals are here. If they're here, I'm also greeting them and colleagues. Chair, thanks for putting this on the screen because the first question wanted to understand the process from now onwards, especially on the stakeholders, because I think we, as committee members, we can do submission as well. So I wanted to understand the processes from now because we have an interest on this bill and the DG will concur with me and the members of Cooperative because all the time I always wanted to understand their program too, which is intervention on municipalities. I don't do that because I hate the department. I do that because we know how difficult it is at municipal level and we always put pressure on the department to say you are not doing anything. So this bill, I think, is a right step towards direction, Chair. But yeah, there's a lot that I think it needs to be inserted as well. Because if I can go to one of the presentation that the Dr. Naidu has touched on, I think is on chapter 6. It's just that my gadget has no electricity, Chair, whereby he talks about the issue of administrators, saying that there'll be a regulate appointment of administrators on or national, provincial, or executive representative in the provincial what. So it's not only administrators, Chair. There's a lot of things that needs to be happening in terms of people who are also in the municipalities. Starting from a clerk level, those positions needs to be declared and the public must have a say. Not only administrators only, because administrators is a result of intervention from national or province. As we speak, Chair, I think as a department, they must also come back with a presentation that suggests how to do the verification of qualifications of people on municipalities, because there's an outcry there. I remember the latest case is one of the Mpumalanga, whereby a person without a matric has been hired in one of the Mpumalanga's a municipality. As a result, I think also the political leadership of that municipality, I think is in Kangala, have taken a decision to say the mayor must come back and also take the council through how did it happen. That is our main problem of people who are being deployed in municipalities without proper qualifications. So this bill must talk to those such things in order for us not to have a headache anymore. I know the case in point that was very much presented in Parliament during those interviews of the the NYDA, whereby it was also escalated to one of the municipalities that this person does not have qualifications. In fact, he was hired for another position and he ended up in another position. And we still have to know what happened to that particular individual on that particular matter. So I'm saying, Chair, it's not about only administrators that need to be publicized, that is going to be empowered through this new legislation, is all of the people who are hired at municipalities if you want to get it right. And the second point that I want to raise, Chair, is the issue of administration as well. I don't think it's enough. That is my view, Dr. Naidu. I don't think it's enough just to say we are going to publicize the list of administrators. The committee members will remember when we went to do an oversight in Likwa, in Mpumalanga, when the presentation was pointing to us to say that the administrator that was appointed by National to be an administrator in that particular municipality, at some point when he goes and do the shopping, that particular shop, whether it's Checkers or is Pick and Pay, he has to be closed down. And then he has to go inside to do his shopping with a large contingency of bodyguard. And then we said, what madness is that now? So most of the things is that we need to know what criteria do you use. I know even here in the presentation, Dr. Naidu is saying that we also have a problem of municipalities who does not want to cooperate with the administrator when it's appointed national. But how do you address such things? Because we can't have a situation whereby national appoint an administrator and send you to go and intervene in a particular municipality, and then now there's a drama. We are being told as a committee that no, in fact, if this man wants to go and do the shopping, everything must close down, the community must suffer, must wait 2 hours until this man finishes doing his or her shopping. But this man is sent by the department. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of that. The second thing, Chair, I want to understand is the issue of capacity, because the bill is talking about how to ensure that the provinces are going to be empowered. But as things stands now, Chair, I even forgot that we have provincial caucus. That's why now, as a caucus committee, we engage the department and then we go to municipalities. We even get shocked when we go and do overseas. How come there's a provincial caucus anyway? So I want to check with the department. It's okay. Once the bill is in place, how do you deal with the issue of capacity, especially at the provincial level? This also reminds me when we engage about national disaster unit, to say that how do you ensure that people get what they're supposed to do to get, because there is no role, they're not there, the provincial caucus in all provinces. At some point, we have debated that some of the grants, why there's a grant that is available to assist the particular community somewhere, but because provincial caucus, they don't want to be taken into task. They also frustrate that process because they, at the end of the day, they must also ensure that the grant is implemented. So now I don't know.
Honorable Member. You've just done over 4 minutes, and I was hoping we'll keep it 3 minutes each. I'm just a bit worried that we might be tempted to make the full submissions now, when all we need is just to clarify a few issues and focus on the process, because we will still have time to go through each of the submissions. There are many things to incorporate. I would like you to try and round up your input in the next minute so that we can move on, because we have to focus more on the process rather than trying to make substantive inputs on the bill right now. So I'll give
Okay,
you.
Chair, that will be a problem if you don't tell us from the beginning. And then when we are
Yes,
engaging,
that's
you
why.
just want to
That's
block
why
us.
you've got an extra minute. So because I didn't tell you, and that's why you've
Okay,
got
the last point that I want to make, Chair, from the presenter, Dr. Naidu, and the DG, I don't hear you talking about the political interference in administrative matters, because also that one contributes to strain the relationship between the administrative officials and political principal in the municipalities. Those are the things that needs to find expression in the bill if we want to have an intervention in terms of what we are experiencing in South Africa. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. We would like you to make comments. I just don't want us to get tempted to try and do the amendments now. I think it's good to get the flavor of the issues, but if we can just try and summarize and contain them, because we're still got a long way to go on the bill. I give you 3 minutes, members. At this point, Honorable Mtetwa. After that, Honorable Labuskaghna. Good day, Honorable Labuskaghna. I didn't see you earlier. And then, of course, Dirego after that. Please proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, and thanks to the presentation. Mine is to just reflect on the spirit of the bill. Things that are observed is that I so wish this can be passed already, because in Umsugaligwa local municipality, a Shipmore to be specific, there is a project of Sandral of building a railway there. And the municipality is going on with the implementation of that project, yet they don't even have an LED forum, which will invite members of the community to participate there. The appointment of PLCs and PLOs in the community, they do as they please. As a result, it has started a conflict in that community, yet this thing is an intergovernmental relations issue because it involves multiple departments, but the municipality is taking advantage of the community because the project is happening at their local sphere. So this is where we would have seen the spirit of what this bill can achieve. But moving forward, there is all this presentation for me, it looks like it was done not preempting the GNU kind of arrangement we are sitting with now, wherein you've got multi-party contributing in one term of government, and their vision being diverse, and now having to implement joint government work from national to province and local. It was better then when you had DA running Western Cape Province. Then when you want to intervene nationally, you find you have impediments. But now it's even worse, where at national level, we are a multi-party kind of arrangement. Then when you want these implementations to be done, where there is harmony and work togetherness of different spheres of government, I see it even more now that we need another instrument to manage now the government of national unity arrangement, wherein the issues of intergovernmental relations will be flagged in. And I see a more hostile environment, especially where you find the same parties who are in the same government have divergent views on one matter. It's a problem. Another issue that I think I've seen the presentation is more dwelling on national and provincial. At a local sphere, it's a totally different ballgame altogether. Why? The wheel of elections happens always after a national and provincial elections. As a result, when you come up with policy intervention with a new leadership at national and provincial, those things cannot easily be implemented at local sphere, because at local government, you're still operating on the old dispensation when we have new leadership at national and provincial, and it takes time for those things to be implemented. By the time we are ready to implement them at a local government level, we then have to change regime and leadership. So always things are staggered. They are not happening seamlessly, where when you make a ruling on a matter at national, provincial, automatically it cascades to a local sphere. Another impediment, there are functions that you find at a local government level, but there are also others that are not a competence of local government, then it means those issues are resting with province and national. But now when you want to implement them, you find that you may not have a buy-in at the local sphere because they don't have a mandate to do those. One of them, the issue of water. Whilst we reticulate water in the local sphere, but you find their function being held at district level. And then if you want to make a decision, which means you have to forego local municipality and go to district and then province and national, those things are always overlapping, are a problem. Same applies with electricity, same applies with housing. These mandates, they complicate the functioning of the local government in relation with province and national. Another weakness which I'm
Let's round up.
identifying.
Let's round up, honorable member.
Okay. When you come up with an intergovernmental relation intervention, at a local sphere, you will need to have an officer or an official who is implementing that policy directive. Because if you don't have that, at local sphere, we are ruled by Structures Act and Systems Act. So if the Systems Act and Structures Act does not provide for that person, you will find that you've made an intervention at national and provincial, but it may not find expression at a local sphere just based on the legislative matters. Also, the issue of treasury. Treasury is always impeding municipalities from them being able to raise funds in a manner that they deem fit. Why? Because there are certain functions that they are only national imperative. You can't enter into any obligation financially and until the treasury gives you a direction. Yet you need to be implementing programs at the local sphere and you are assigned a function, but it is an unfunded one because there is an element where you are not mandated to do certain things in the manner that you want to do them. Other than that, I'm happy with my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghni.
Good morning, Chair. Yeah, from my side, I didn't think that I would be honored to see the embassy bill tabled in Parliament. We were waiting for this kind of bill for many years. And starting with that, Chair, I just want to make a few comments in broad. I think one of my concerns is that the departure point of this bill, it seems to me, again, is to fix the dire dysfunctionality of municipalities, which I understand, but I would have, and maybe I don't understand it correctly, but I would like this bill to be rather a broad framework to prevent interventions, so that the support part and the monitoring part should be broadened. The chapter 5, the functions of the national and provincial support to municipalities, section 157, those 1557 should, I would like that to be more described in the bill, but we will see when we get to the clause by clause, so that function, because this bill should actually not be the early warning system, which I understand, but it should actually be a framework to prevent collapse. Because that is the spirit of the bill, is to prevent municipalities to collapse and to get to a point that they need some interventions. And therefore, another big point that I want to make is that it seems, they always say the devil is in the detail. To me, at this stage, the devil is the fact that there are not enough detail in this bill. And the enough detail is centralized around what is the support to municipalities, what is the kind of, are there the standardized thresholds, are there standardized service delivery practices, and one big question is, will the standardized lists of things or that's been mentioned and the spoke to the service administration. Will that be ready? Because if that is not ready and there's not a cross-reference in the bill to that, it's going to be another area where municipalities will just act the way they want to act. The other thing that I'm very concerned about is the whole monitoring, self-monitoring principle that's in this bill. We've seen it for many years. There is no successes yielded by interventions up till now. In the time that I'm in Parliament, but also research shows us that interventions don't yield success. And the reason for that is if you are in trouble, it's very difficult to define for yourself why you are in trouble. Because if you could have defined that for yourself, you wouldn't have been in trouble. So that's something that we will need to look at. And then there are certain things that I think is speaking against each other. The MFMA, there is a mention of the Minister of Cooperative and Treasury should speak to each other and sign a memorandum of understanding. I totally support that. I will actually take it so far to say that we have to detail the understanding of Section 138 and 140 of the MFMA within this bill so that we all understand what is less serious and more serious, for instance, financial problems, because that leads to, at this moment, to either a discretionary or a mandatory intervention. And this is as wide as God's grace at this moment. Everyone, it's an ad hoc sort of implementation. And then the other thing is for these implementation or for this bill to be successful, I also think that we should look at strengthening our institutions and specifically the NCOP, the process of oversight, and to have a more detailed description of what should be the guidelines used by the NCOP's committees to determine how they come to their conclusions, whether they say do this intervention or don't do it, or that kind of thing. As well as to the financial recovery service that sits in Treasury, because it will become a more and more sort of responsibility to make sure that to prevent that municipalities go to interventions. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Labuskakhne. Honorable Direko, you're the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also applaud the department for coming up with this bill, because I strongly believe that we really, really needed this particular bill in order to change the challenges that we are having in our municipality. And looking at the bill, I believe that on issues of intervention, issues of consequence management and early warning system are very critical, and we'll engage them at a later stage as we are still looking at the bill. We'll go through it and make necessary inputs at the right time, and also ensure that we capture all the aspects that needed to be part of this particular bill. And Chair, we are also impressed because one of the things that we've also observed as a challenge in our municipalities is the issue of intervention, especially the administrators, because the manner at which administrators are recruited, sometimes it does not serve the purpose, because you'll have administrators who are former municipal managers of the municipalities that are distressed, and then they're deployed or they're sent to other municipalities to fix the challenges in those particular municipalities, whereas where they come from, there was a challenge. So I believe that when we look at that issue of administration as to whether it works or not, it will assist, because when we're also looking at our intervention, the municipalities that have been placed under intervention, we realize that only few were able to be turned around, while others were deteriorating and becoming worse. So I believe with this bill in place, we'll be able to address those matters and we'll be able to also look at the relationship of the three spheres of government and how do they work hand in hand to ensure that we build a better municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. May I request the department to make comments, and then, of course, you will have in front of you the proposed approach, which I would assume we all understand and accept. So at this point, let's get the department to comment on the issues raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Kevin to go first, and then I'll come immediately after that.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, for the submissions. I think that many of them are comments, and as such, I think we need to start incorporating them, Honorable Chair, documenting them as we begin the very, very important process of incorporating these submissions that would come from the committee, that would come from the public at large, based on how the process is going to unfold. It could be that the committee would want to undertake a detailed stakeholder engagement process. And of course, we will hear from the committee in terms of how that's going to happen, whether it's going to be at a provincial level, whether it's going to be at a district level, whether it's going to be at a municipal level, ward level, etc., etc. But I think, as the members have indicated, that the journey has started. The department is ready to support the engagements that will be undertaken, and we look forward to the clause by clause interaction engagements as we co-create, co-finalize this very important piece of legislation. That would be my submission, DG, as I hand over to you.
Very much, Chair. I guess we still have some time to engage with the bill clause by clause, and some of the recommendations by Honorable Mkalipi are recommendations that can be accommodated in the bill itself. Yes, indeed, it's not only administrators who must be targeted. I think you do want to get a sense of the qualifications of the municipal officials in various positions, and I'm sure that can be accommodated. If not in this bill, maybe in other regulations or in other bills. So that point was made loud and clear. I guess the comment about municipal administrator seconded to a municipality and making life difficult for people, it's something that maybe we can discuss it. I suspect you making reference to Lekwa. I guess part of the challenges that we're faced with in this space is that in some municipalities there are serious issues of security, and some officials tend to fear for their lives when they go to these places, and then they end up with security. We've seen it in a number of areas. Even in 2016 in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, when we intervened, there were quite a number of officials who were seconded to assist, and they were moving around with bodyguards because they were fearing for their lives. And that tends to be a problem. Once you reach a stage where people are afraid for their lives, and then it tells us clearly the nature of the challenges that we are faced with in the municipalities. We are of the view that Honorable Babu Fakne, at the end of the day, the intention is to prevent interventions. Interventions are, if you like, interventions of the last resort, because 154 makes it possible for national and provincial governments to prevent interventions. And preventing interventions means that we need to have a working early warning system so that we don't have to intervene. Even in the private sector, most organizations that tend to be turned around are those organizations where the leaders in the companies themselves do not have to wait for business rescue practitioners to turn the organization around. It's the executive and board members in those private companies who must lead and provide the necessary leadership to turn the organization around. In other words, they must be self-correct. They must do self-correct themselves so that we don't have to get people from outside to turn the organization around. So I guess this part about proactiveness in the bill is what is going to assist us in the institutional arrangement that is being created between Treasury and ourselves will assist us to proactively make sure that we encourage municipalities to self-correct. The directives in terms of section 101A and 1391A are all intended as well to make sure that councils self-correct. But if there's no self-correction, then we end up with the intervention. Chair, I think the other specific issues that were raised by Honorable Mtetwa, we may have to follow up on that. And the issue about National Treasury being an impediment on the municipal revenue raising strategies. The real issue is that Treasury has an overall constitutional responsibility to protect the fiscus, including municipal fiscus. So when they intervene, I guess, in the best interest of the country. Because if municipalities are allowed, or even individual departments like ourselves, we don't have revenue raising powers as a department. If we want to get into any financial arrangement, we need to go to Treasury, because if things do go wrong, Treasury will be forced to bail us out. And that is why it's always important to get them to be involved right from the word go, because they have to protect the fiscus. I don't think that the intention is not to encourage municipalities to come up with revenue raising measures. There's a question that the focus is more on provincial and national. The whole bill is about province and national. I don't think so. I think it places more emphasis on, if you like, self-correction. Like I've said before, place more emphasis on the leadership of the council. We were whispering the other day with one of the municipal managers, and he said to me, during the apartheid years, the clerical system protected municipal managers, but the current system, you can be appointed as a municipal manager today and you can go tomorrow. But if you look at the ordinances that were used during the clerical system, it was extremely difficult for the council to tamper with the town clerk contract. In fact, if I remember the ordinance of the Cape or the Transvaal, I don't know which ordinance, which says that if the municipal manager's conduct is going to be altered or tempered, the DG of the province, you must seek concurrence from the DG of the province. There's no concurrence now. A municipal manager can be suspended at any time. And we think that there are quite a number of things that may not necessarily be addressed through this IMSI bill, but the white paper, the review of the white paper process will be able to assist us. And I think one of those things is the over-politicization of the local government space. We think that local government as a space is extremely over-politicized, and we need to deal with that. And maybe the white people can assist us to deal with that. Chairperson, if there are questions that maybe Dr. Naidu or myself have not attended to, because we thought that most of them were comments, please assist us to point out to those questions so that we can respond to them. Thank you very much. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. There are many issues. I suppose the issue that Honorable Mkhalip was raising was it's one aspect to deal with the question of the security of the administrator, but there's a bigger problem how that administrator behaves whilst under that assignment. I think that was the main focus. There are many issues to look at. I also didn't quite understand the basis of excluding serving managers from being part of the administrators. But nevertheless, let me say the comments that have been made are indicating the nature of the robustness that this bill is going to have to face. So we'll move on. Let me get back to the members and request that we look into the way the team is proposing we deal with this bill. And then please factor in your clause by clause. Where do you want to see it happening? And as you can see, there are statutory requirements of how this bill should be processed. If there's any new amendments you want to make in this process, please factor it in. Otherwise, that stands as the roadmap towards the adoption of the bill. Members, this is just tabled for you. If there's anyone who's got any objection or amendment, we will take that. If not, we will take your silence to mean we proceed. Yes, Labuskachne?
Chair, I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. That's all that I just get clarity for myself. And thank you. I understand that they said that we will request submissions to the committee, and that deadline will be the 4th of July. And then there will be a report put together on all the stakeholders that want to make submissions to the committee, and that will be on the 18th of July. And after that, the committee will have to then go with the process and all these things that we need to consider. Do I have the time frame of the timeline correct? Thank you.
Okay, Sharon, please respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, the report that we're speaking about, the summary is of the submissions that we will be receiving by the deadline of 4 July. So a report on that, a summary of those submissions will be put in the report for members to have a look at. Yes, that report will summarize all the submissions received, and then that will be used as a basis for when we look at the amending the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair.
Okay, Honorable Mkhalip.
Yeah, no, I think the first draft of sharing is fine, but I just want to raise a concern because when you go down, there are no attached dates. For instance, it's saying that the processing of this bill, which is fine heading, initial briefing, 6 May 2025, is correct, is clear. Anyone get that? Advertising, call for written submission, advertising in national and local newspaper, 20 May. Deadline for submission is 4 July 2025. It's clear. But when you go down, Chair, you just talk about 4 weeks, 6 weeks. Can you just put deadline dates so we can understand and have a full understanding? Thanks.
If those dates were put in, do you have any other objection? Honorable Kalipi?
No, we won't, but we want to understanding to which are the dates that you are talking about.
That's fine. Honorable Labuskachne?
Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much, Shireen. I get it that we get the submissions. The deadline is the 4th of July. We get the submissions. Then we're going to get a report of that. But only after that, as a committee, do we then decide whether we are going to let them, some of them do oral submissions, and then also after that we decide to go to the public hearings in the provinces. Because you said we will use that as amending the bill, but I just want to get it right. But some of those people would say, or in their submissions, request to do an oral submission, which we will have to consider. Am I right?
You are right. Let's put it this way. If we think this framework is good enough, we just need certain areas refined. The first issue that Shireen should refine, which will come in the next meeting, will show us the exact dates, so that those cutoff dates are clear. The second issue is that as we move along, we're going to find there are hitches, there are issues that need to be refined, there are issues that need to be rediscussed and reviewed. And when we have to do that, we'll amend this framework as we go along. So let's leave that to the time when it becomes necessary to amend. But for now, accept the framework, then bring in the question of the exact dates, and then move it to take the next step. Then as we come together to look at it, we can then review if we think that some of those dates are going to be unachievable. I think that's how we should deal with it. Question which I still asked, where do we fit in the clause by clause? Where the members would like to get that to be looked at? Honorable Mkalip, you raised that issue. The clause by clause is down there at the bottom. Are you comfortable with it?
Yes.
All right, that's fine. Then let's just get the dates on, and then we adopt this as the framework. We'll bring it in next week when they've got concrete dates. Then we can then close this issue. Honorable Mkalipi? I see your
Chair?
hand. Legacy?
No, it's a legacy hand.
All right, that's fine. Honorable members, this is the tentative framework of how we're going to deal with this bill. Next week, we'll get all the dates in place, and everything in as it stands is supported. And then we will review as we go along. But for now, this is the structure of how we're going to be approaching this matter. Thank you very much to the Director General and your management for the submission. This matter, therefore, is closed. We move to the next item. Let's discuss now the issue of the committee work program. The Director General, you are on the floor now.
Thank you very much once more, Honorable Chair. Chair, I am going to ask the acting DDG, Mr. Panjamatomela, to take us through the presentation. We will then deal with specific issues around the contracting arrangement, the budget issues, this program, and also the extension of the contracts of the 60-year-olds and above. But first, I'm going to ask Matomela to take us through the presentation. The CFO is here with me as well to talk to the budget issues around this particular program. Mr. Matomela, over to you, sir.
Thank you, DG. And good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Can I ask Loiso to please flight the presentation? Chairperson, okay. Or let me try and do it from my side. You see, Luiso is not. Share screen. I hope you can see the presentation, Chairperson and colleague and the honorable members. The presentation is not.
Can you put it on? Can you put it on slide mode, and
Slide
maybe
mode.
turn off your camera so that it does not distract the members? We can see it, but it's not on slide mode.
Turn off my camera. Slide mode. Is it all right now, DJ? Okay. This is the contents of the presentation, honorable members. We seek simply to cover a few slides. We'll begin by talking through the objectives of the program, as well as the participants over 60. Let me not read it line by line, but this is the crux of what we are going to cover in our presentation. The purpose of the presentation really is intended.
I'm sorry, through your chair, the presentation is not moving, Mr. Matuma. I don't know if it's only on my side, one, and two, it's not on slide mode.
Can you deal with that issue?
Okay,
I don't know how to help you from here.
Let me get out, and Loiso, please, if you can, or the Secretariat, Tobani. Are you helping Mr. Judges? Okay, let me do it again myself.
I'm trying to help you, Mr. Matomela. Is it visible, members of the committee?
Yes.
Move to the next slide.
Can you put it on slide mode, please?
Slide mode is not there.
Go to the next slide, let's see. Nothing moves. Okay, I don't know what the problem is. Can members look at their own slide presentations? And each time you present, you must call its name, each slide by page number so that you can follow, whilst the others are fixing this problem. So let's not wait for this.
Okay.
Okay, slide one, start and proceed and call each slide as you move.
Okay, slide 2, Chairperson deals with the table of contents. I'm not going to go deep into that. And then slide number 3 deals with the purpose of the presentation, which seeks to appraise the portfolio committee about how we've gone about implementing the decision to terminate the contracts of CW participants over 60, as well as recontracting of participants for the full financial year, with the view to also draw a distinction between 8-day participants as well as 20-day participants contracting processes. This year begins, Chairperson, to tell what all of us probably know, the objectives of the program, as intended in its initial stages to provide a safety net for employment to unemployed South African citizens in wards that are afflicted by high levels of unemployment, as well as an intention to ensure empowerment, inclusion, as well as enhance social cohesion, as well as to enhance public assets and services to poor communities, whilst at the same time fostering community development as well as local economic development. And we also make the point that since the program was moved to the department, we have so far been able to ensure that as at end of 31st of March 2025, we had a total of 255,000 participants benefiting from the program. In slide 5, we break down the participation rate per province insofar as participants over 60, indicating that in total we have 35,833 participants spread across all provinces, with the highest province benefiting being the Eastern Cape and the lowest being the Western Cape. In slide number 6, we talk about the exiting of participants aged over 60 and above. I'm sure the committee will remember that we made a number of attempts to try and mitigate against issues of unauthorized expenditure to offload participants who are 55 and above, and were advised against it, and we have since restricted that and continued to ensure that the 55-year-olds to 59 can still be part of the program, and that those that are 60 and above have to be offloaded so that we mitigate against the the risk of being seen to allow some South African citizens to double dip while others have nothing to rely on. So given that some of these participants that we have identified in the previous slides, in slide number 5, 35,833, some of them we have also been able to identify that about 2,200 of them do not have any old age grant. They are not recipients of an old age grant. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to facilitate a process by which they do get their social grant, talking to the SASSA for purposes of registering them so that they can get a grant, as well as facilitate that they do get UIF, because many of them, the department has been paying UIF insurance for them in case they lose their jobs, their stipend. So what we are then also going to do is to ensure that we help them with the applications so that they can get their old age grant. The issue of the extension of CWP participant contracts has also been a thorny issue, given that the public employment program receives earmarked annual allocation from the National Treasury. And this process requires that we deal with two types of participants. CWP has got two types of participants. There are 8-day participants, as well as there are 20-day participants. The 8-day participants, the criteria for their employment is largely unemployment, poor and poverty, because they are drawn from wards that are mostly afflicted by poverty and unemployment. The 20-day participants are largely office-based, and they work 20 days a month, and all their contracts are renewed annually. Unlike with CW participants, these participants whose contracts have also got to, these 20-year participants whose contracts have got to be renewed on an annual basis, have to be interviewed so that we can determine some measure of basic qualifications as well as competence to undertake the work that is going to be undertaken, which is administrative. And because they were partly previously contracted by IAs, we've had as a department, when the IAs have no longer been part of the equation, we've had to issue a circular to regularize their continued contracting as part of the program. So what we did when their contracts expired on the 31st of May, we issued a 2-month contract with the view to ensure that we can continue to pay them. Otherwise, if they did not have contracts, the AG would have raised issues with us, and we were not in a position to automatically take them without following the procedures that are part of the public service. So essentially, the contracts that we have issued to our participants, the 8-day participants, have resulted in over expenditure that is detailed in slide number 8, Chairperson. The budget expenditure as 31 March has been recorded to be 175 and 135 million for the 2024-2025 financial year, which means that we're 5.5% over what was allocated to us. In slide number 9, we then talk about the consultation processes we have undertaken, led by Deputy Minister Masemola, as instructed by Minister Thabisa. We have since met to discuss policies with IMATU, the Independent Municipal Allied Trade Union, MAUSA, Manda Ashu Workers Union, and the University and Allied Workers Union, UAU, as well as SAMU, the South African Municipal Workers Union. To this end, some of these unions have given us written submissions that we are finalizing and discussing. We are scheduled to have a discussion with within the department to consider their different submissions as a result of the consultation we undertook. The consultations with the affected participants, 60-year-olds, is ongoing. We have already had discussions with them in certain provinces. The DG has also had some discussions with them in the Eastern Cape. I have also had discussions with them in the Eastern Cape. We have also consulted with NEDLEC about the public employment programs recently and the processes of review of the public employment programs that is underway, led by National Treasury and GTEC. This slide number 10, Chairperson 6, simply to ensure that we make recommendations that the portfolio committee notes that the rationale for the introduction of the program and the impact it has had since its inception, the termination of the contracts of the CW participants age 60 and above, the implications emanating from the reversal of the decision to exit participants 55 and above, and the recontracting processes that affect both 8 days and 20-day participants, as well as note the stakeholder consultations that have been undertaken so far. And then that's the end of my presentation, Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matomela. Just one little correction, Chair, before we hand back to you. The extension of the contracts are up to end of July, not June, because it's a 4-month extension, which starts from April, and it will end of July. And that extension was approved by the minister. If we continue beyond April, the unauthorized expenditure is likely to grow as well. I thought it's important to make that little correction there. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Chair. That's our submission.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable members, here is the matter for your comments and questions. I have the first three speakers. Honorable Mtetwa, you're on the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to also the DG for the presentation. Yeah, the issue, I think we are talking in cross purpose as it stands. The issue of the implementing agent is still outstanding, which has not been resolved up to now. And it dates back to 2023, if I'm not mistaken. So we are asking, why is it not being attended to? Because there is a judgment in favor of the implementing agent. That is one. Number two, previous weeks, I talked to one of the CWP workers in different provinces who were given letters that by end of this month, they will be terminated their service. And it's not the category of those that are over age who are in their 60s and so on, but which means they're being exited from the program. And also, we are sitting with government asset. In fact, this is the description of the program. This is a 4 billion worth of a program that we are dealing with, which means it's equivalent to Umgeni and your Denel in terms of our government institutions. That's how serious the value. But in terms of the assets that are sitting out there, which are not being attended to, which is a wasteful expenditure, it is an issue that there is no one accounting for that. We don't even know where these assets are sitting, and they are not being vandalized as we speak, and we are gonna still lose furthermore if the matter is not resolved. The bone of contention from the implementing agent, it says that there must be a handover, which in this case, handover was not done. And it is also said that the department has contracted directly on its own some other 30 members into the system, which was now contravening Employment Act procedures, wherein the Minister of Labor is the one who determines the salaries of those people. But in this case, you as DG and the department have made your own determination, which is acting ultra vires in terms of Labor Act and terms of engagement. And so the question is, all of these details are not forthcoming. The question is that, does the minister know about this matter? Has he been to these sites to see what is actually happening? Why he hasn't acted on this matter also now, because it has now gone beyond the matter where it is between the DG and the department. It is also implicating the minister. But we're seeing that the minister is not acting. So there is a lot of breakdown of AMA rules on how this program is being managed, and it's part of the deliverables of this department. So do we have your undertaking that you have a will to end this matter of this implementing agent? Because as it continues, what it does, they're threatening to escalate the matter further if we don't resolve it here. So at least we need your buy-in to say, can you resolve it? What is stopping you from responding and acting on the matter of the implementing agent? Because we've got all the facts on the table, but if there's anything ultra vires, also you should have acted on it on time because you've been there. If it's a backlog that is coming from the previous administration or seeing people that were there before you, it's part of what you are inheriting as the accounting officer of the department to say, how were those matters handled? Because I think there is still retention of staff who were there before, who were handling the program. But we need a serious management of this matter, because people are directly engaging us to say we need to respond to this matter, but you seem not to be acting on this, apparently because of your own knowledge. But can we be given and taken into your confidence that this matter can be put to bed? We shouldn't be talking about it now that there is a directive from the court. Thank you.
Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. Just few clarification on the presentation. We welcome the presentation from the department led by the DG. So when you are saying that you met with the treasurer to mitigate, can you share with us those mitigations, because we want to see what the department said in order to protect those people. Because one of the reasons that we always raised here in the committee, and it does not reflect anywhere on your slides, is the issue of the NGOs, whom we think as a committee that it takes a lot of money. And then if the treasurer is cutting some of the funds that support this program, the department must reconsider to use the NGOs, because the NGOs is the one who's taking a lot of money. As a result, you are resulting on taking out those gogos, our gogos and our mkulus who are over 60. So I'm really
Recording
interested.
stopped.
I'm really interested on the mitigating factors that you put forward as a department when you met with the treasurer. That is one. The issue of consultations with those people who are affected. Can we get a clarity? Because we know.
Honorable Mkalipi. This, Shirin, this thing of recording stops, what does it mean? I just don't understand the situation where we've got records that have got patches of blankness.
Recording in progress.
Please just explain that to me, even if it's offline. Thank you. Please proceed, Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. I was saying, let us understand the consultation process. Because we know for a fact, Chair, if you remember when we were doing the oversight today in Malutapofung, if you remember very well, and the Honorable Derek was sharing that session, an ordinary Gogo who is part and parcel of this program stood up there and she said she does not know where to go to as her money has been cut off. So we know we're dealing with such vulnerable old people who does not even know the processes. They are very vulnerable. So now, if you are saying that you are meeting with them in terms of the consultation, can you clarify it to us as a committee? Because we don't want to get into a situation as a committee to make to believe that you are consulting with those old people while you are not. So are all those participants, which are 35 in total, as per the presentation, who's going to be out of the system because of their age, are being consulted with the department? That is the question. And the DG corrected to say the contract is until July. So therefore, my question is that as you are mentioning that you are also who have met with the unions, the unions that have been mentioned here, are those participants part and parcel of those unions? Or are you just meeting the union because they are part and parcel of the municipality? The third one, Chair, the one that I raised before here, would say this program in other part of the country are used politically. Even the matter that I raised here, and the DDG responded that time to say the DG is on top of that matter. But unfortunately, up until now, I have not been told what is the way forward, while the school kids are still waiting for the program to intervene in terms of what they wanted the program to intervene for. So those school kids are not helped. No one has said anything. No one has intervened on this matter. So therefore, some of the issues that we get to deal with, not that particular one. They're also saying that if you are not belonging to a particular party, political party, it's easy for them to just to get out from the program. So therefore, I want to know from the department if they have managed to deal with such issues? Because when we get such issues, we escalate to the department to be dealt with. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. I've just got a couple of questions. The first one is the presentation states that about 2,200 of these that need to exit do not receive pension grants. I wanted to find out in your consultation, whatever you have with these community members, what is the current progress in assisting them with the SISA applications? And then I read something about UIF, and you know, the UIF isn't designed for public employment programs like the CWP, so I don't quite understand the UIF scenario that was explained. So I need some more clarity on that. And then also, you know, budget constraints keep being the main reason for this issue. What amount is going to the implementing agents versus the safety and protective gear versus, you know, what the stipends is that is being paid out? It feels like what Honorable Mkalipi has also said, that, you know, we might have to look at going back to the NGOs and having them run it, because this seems like it's a playground for entrepreneurs to line their pockets. Then also, why only when there are budget constraints that the department start to try and mitigate this issue? Why has it not been dealt with much earlier? It seems like it is a political tool, and I'd like the department to specifically comment on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Van Zyl. Honorable Somba Masiu.
Good morning, Chairperson and the team of COGTA and DG and his team. My question will be on the exit of the participant of over the age of 60 and above. Is this decision aligned with the broader goal of the public employment program? And has it been communicated with the beneficiary on the program and potential livelihood risk involvement? The other question, it will be on the objective of the CDWP. Could this limit its long-term impact and sustainability? And also, was it the impact assessment study undertaken, and what were the findings on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Somba Masiu. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair, and we welcome the presentation by the DG and the team. I won't touch on the NGOs because I was going to ask something there. I just wanted to find out that as we were moving around and doing our site oversights, we have received DG sporadic reports of non-payment, where people walk up to and complain about non-payment of the CWPs. I just want to understand whether this was due to poor communication or dereliction of duty, but more importantly, have we seen the back of these situations? Because you can imagine someone who depends on this. Just learning that it's not forthcoming, especially the GOGOs and people like that. That's my first question. The other one also that concerns me a lot is that definitely this issue, as Honorable Mkalipi touched on it, of political expediency has been a really, in my understanding, a very big one. How are you dealing with it? Because I don't think you can just deal with it without having a strategy to deal with it, because it's not going away anytime soon. If anything, it's going to get worse. And then the last one, then, Chair, through you, is are you going to navigate as you move on? I mean, now this decision has been taken, which is a significant one. Yes, it's been looked into, and the minister has given the go-ahead to stop those ones of the over 60s. But now, generally going forward, I don't know, are these changes mainly influenced or impacted by things like financial challenges? And now that you've changed now, I mean, are you going to just continue as it is, DG, for some time, or it will again depend on the circumstances prevailing, be they financial or otherwise? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Taibosh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just want to check with the DG. Yeah, we highlighted the last time that this whole program was being run by, I think it was about 5 or 6 companies countrywide. Now, if you look at that budget and the size of that budget and that amount, we asked, or even the department indicated that they would like to run this thing themselves from internally. I just want to know how far did they get with that the management of this program is being done by COCTA itself, instead of having these 5 or 6 companies with such a big budget. There could be a lot more savings in terms of having the department running it themselves instead of these agencies. I just want to know how far they got with that decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mapena. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thomas, just maybe 1 or 2 questions from me. With the people that are obviously over 60, but also there are those that are 55 and above. I think is the acting Deputy Director General mentioned that they are assisting them in terms of applying for a SASSA grant. A SASSA grant takes a bit of time before it kicks in, provided that all the documentation has been done. Now, once those people have been, once they have exited the program, and the time between them actually accessing their SASSA grants, that means they remain vulnerable within that specific time. Do they start assisting them with SASSA grants after they exit or before they exit, in anticipation that when they exit, at least they have some bit of cushioning, which is there? And then also, who is assisting them? Is it the same agencies, the service providers that are there? And then if yes, is there a formalized and structured way in which they are assisted? Or is it the case of someone wakes up, walks into the offices of some of these agencies? Because like some of the agencies, some of them, they don't run big sophisticated offices with staff and HR where they can process people and stuff like that. So how is it done? Is it done in a way that it doesn't frustrate the people who are on the program and also limiting any trauma to them? And then also the engagements with unions in terms of this program. CWP in its nature was meant to empower communities and giving them skills and allowing them to be skilled as and when they exit the program. At least they've got some bit of skills where they can be self-sufficient. But now, the engagement with union, what is the end goal there? Are we trying to formalize this program? Because currently it's being done, or it is being implemented by implementing agents, and it's almost not a, look, for a lack of a better term and a better word, it's not formal employment as part of the Labor Relations Act in a way. So what is the plan there? What is the end goal? Are we trying to formalize this? And if yes, do we have the necessary resources to do so? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tireko.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is also on the process that the department is going to undertake as to assisting this participant to receive their social grant. So what I want to check is that, as the honorable member has just asked now, if the department is going to offload these people before they get into their SASSA grant, or they are going to offload them once they start receiving their SASSA grant. And secondly, Chair, the issue of EPWP, we've been experiencing some challenges with EPWP for quite some time, to a point where the department was speaking about the remodeling of this program, because when we were assessing the program, we then realized that it did not fully achieve its main objective, because The main objective was also to transfer skills, but when you look at the participants who have been there for 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, even these ones that you are going to offload from the program, they have not yet received that skills where we can confidently say, when you offload them today, they can use these skills to better their lives. And on the issue of double dipping, which I agree that with the current economic state of our country, we can't have a situation where there's a double dipping. But what process is the department going to undertake to resolve this matter? Because we have someone who has been receiving SASSA grant and also receiving a stipend of EPWP. And this person has been receiving that money maybe for quite some time. And on his or her own budget, he or she uses that particular money as it is. So now we're going to take one from the two incomes that have been coming to this particular family. Is there any plan or contingency plan or any process that you take to make sure that by the time you cut this second portion of double dipping, the person will not be financially frustrated because of the mistakes that we have committed as the department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. DG and your team, those are the questions. You got a group of questions that relate to the outstanding matter of the court orders and the matter that's not been settled with the implementing agencies. And I still haven't heard how many work opportunities or how many employees are affected by that and where that situation is in terms of those people. Are they being paid? Are they out of work? And if there's an order from court, they are on whose account are they being affected? So we need a bit more information in that regard. Then you've got the group of people who members report, people who are under 60, who have been served with letters of termination, and we need to deal with those issues there. We've got a group of people who are over 60 who are being migrated to SASSA, and have got direct articulation with the SASSA process. We also need to get a bit more as to where those processes are. I've seen that you put some numbers to that. And then, of course, you've got the last group of those who are over 60, don't appear on SASSA, on UIF. And is UIF only going to be available for those who are not on SASSA? Or is that going to involve anyone? Is it a stopgap measure? How long is it going to be approached? Is it going to be utilized? So can you clarify all the questions the members are raising with regard to that? Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members for the questions. I'm going to ask Acting DDG Matomela to go first, and the CFO will also come in on the budget issues. I don't know if Chief Director Skenjana is in the meeting. You may want to touch on the asset management aspect of this work, and the head of legal services may want to come in on the issue of the court order, because we do have a legal opinion on that matter, and I may want to ask him to respond directly to the issue of the court order. I'm going to start with Mr. Matomela. Mr. Matomela, please go ahead, then hand over to the CFO.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Thank you very much, DG and Chairperson, honorable members, for the questions.
Right.
Honorable, okay, the CWP has never had problems with budget before. We've simply had never had a problem with over expenditure before. It's only since the last financial year that we've had in-year budget cuts and the subsequent years that we have had problems with budget that necessitated the fact that we must look into mitigating measures. And the issue of 60-year-olds and above also has never been part and parcel of the policy of CWP. In fact, the policy was pointed insofar as saying that CWP is intended to complement other income streams that participants have. So we've not excluded participants over 60 because there was never really a policy position on us doing that. The budget of the program was 40 billion. It has since reduced to about 2.9 billion. And in our view, that 2.9 billion allows us
40 billion.
Come again?
Yeah.
4
Say
billion.
40 billion, 4 billion. It sounded like 40.
No, 40, not 44, 4 billion. So excuse my tongue, Chairperson. 4 billion. It has since been reduced now to about 2.9 billion, which in our view and in our calculations will not allow us to comply with issues relating to occupational health and safety with regard to the provision of protective clothing and tools of trade. I'm raising those issues in an attempt to answer the questions that were raised by Honorable Mtetwa, as well as Honorable Van Zyl. I think that the IAs currently are not part and parcel of our implementation modalities. We no longer have IAs, and we are making means to ensure that we internalize the implementation of the program. And precisely because we don't have the money to pay for IAs, and we also don't have the money to pay for some of the design features which are mandatory relating to occupational health and safety. Honorable Mkamlipi, we have met, maybe I should leave this question to this first question raised by Honorable Khalid to the CFO, so that the CFO can illustrate the engagements we've had with National Treasury in an attempt to appeal that we are not forced into doing this thing that we have since done. Of course, we have reconsidered the issue of using NPOs, Honorable Kalipi. They are no longer part and parcel of our implementation process. We are at best trying to ensure that we do it ourselves. Some of the participants are, of course, part of unions. I think that there are unions that are growing, mobilizing amongst participants. We have been inundated with CCMA engagements in a number of municipalities with unions that want union rights for participants, requiring that we are forced to deduct an amount of 95 rand a month per participant, and promising them all manner of employee benefits that are not part and parcel of the design feature of the program at the moment. So we do have that situation of unions. There are many of them, and I think that NEHAU is amongst some of those that are now mobilizing among CW participants. The issue as a Tekwini, Honorable Kalipi, we have tried our best, and I think the DG also intervened on our behalf. The challenge there is that some of our participants, the useful work they undertake on the basis of what is in the business plan. And when we then respond to try and assist bringing in the municipality, and the necessary tools of trade that are required can only be supplied by the municipality, and the participants indicate that, look, DDG, this is going to be difficult. We need heavy machinery that the municipality must provide. We can only request that the municipality must assist us. And the DG continues to try to talk to the municipality to help as and when we are able. We will certainly to help ensure that that school is assisted. Party political misuse of CWP, that has been an allegation that is rife. However, we are quite clear that CWP is intended for all South African citizens affected by poverty and unemployment, irrespective of race, color, or creed, or even political party. In instances where we find those occurrences, we do act. We have insisted that our participants should at all times observe the protocol that is in the design features of the program. Honorable Fanze wanted to find out about the 2,200 participants. What is the current process that we are going to engage with SASSA? I can tell you that we have, as a result of this remodeled CWP that emphasizes smart partners, entered into a smart partnership with the National Development Agency, which is an agency of SASSA. And we are quite confident that through our network with them and our partnership with them, we can be able to help our participants jump the queue and get assistance even before the end July timeline arrives. Our directors working with provincial provincial managers are busy with that process as we speak. And I can, Chairperson, commit that we will keep the portfolio committee through the DG updated about the progress with regard to that activity. CWP participants, Honorable Van Zyl, do pay, the department pays UIF for our participants. We pay UIF as well as COIDA, which is the compensation for injuries on duty. We pay those for purposes of ensuring that if they suffer any injuries, we can be able to get insurances to compensate them, as well as when they lose their job. In fact, that feature was designed specifically for instances where participants either go to maternity or paternal leave so that they can get some remuneration that replaces the stipend that they were getting while they were going through that process. The amounts, I will allow the CFO as well as Mr. Mawande to talk to the issues relating to PEP and the stipend. But the stipend at the moment is about 980,000 rands, 980 rands per participant for 8-day participants, and 2,500 for 20-day participants. So the mitigating measures that we are doing now, I tried to answer that in response to Minister Honorable Van Zyl. We've never had this problem before. This problem is happening to CWP for the first time. Yes, the exiting of participant, Honorable Sompa, the exiting of participants over 60 is in line with policy. Previously, it was not part of the policy, but because we're mitigating against this, we have made possible that it is included in the policy, so that we are not seen to be doing things that are outside of the policy. There was a study that was done by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency about the impact of CWP. Maybe we should share that study with members so that they can determine the extent to which that study was able to pronounce on the impact of the program. Subsequent to that, GTEC of National Treasury has also done an assessment focusing specifically on institutional arrangements. So we can share those studies for members to determine. We are hoping that this financial year, we tried the previous year to engage an organization, you just forgot this name to do but the issues of procurement delayed that process and it didn't finally occur. The non-payment it's a miscommunication, Honorable Buthelezi. I agree with you that one of the things that we have not been good at CWP is communicating, precisely because over the years, these institutional capacity has been diminishing rather than being enhanced, and the communication function that we've always had has not really been effective in communicating some of the decisions that are taken, to a point that there has been a lot of suspicion and sometimes misinterpretation of what is the intention. With regard to the financial limitations, we believe that CWP in its current format is not sustainable for the fiscus. Hence, we have tried to modernize it by ensuring that we mobilize smart partners, some of whom command cutting-edge technology that can enable us to provide exit strategies for participants, by way of ensuring that they get the necessary training, that can make them employable in the mainstream economy. So we still have to ensure that they are helping us in certain instances already, but we have to ensure that we take advantage of their presence as part of our implementation modalities even more. Honorable Taiposh, of course, the last 6 months contract we had with IAs has come to an end. And as I indicated earlier, the IAs are no longer part of our implementation process right now. So we are trying to implement ourselves, and as a result, make the savings that we are going to ensure that is directed towards participants. Largely, the participants are the primary beneficiaries of the program, and we have not lost sight of that reality. Honorable Mabena, the issue of SASSA grant, I've touched on it briefly. We want to ensure that by the time they receive their last stipend, the SASSA, the UIF would kick in, as well as possibly the SASSA grant will also kick in. We are working with our provincial managers as well as provincial directors to ensure that the process, working together with the National Development Agency, is fast-tracked so that that loss is cushioned. The engagement with unions, we are not formalizing. I agree, we are correct, Honorable Mapena. CWP was never intended to be a NEDLEC-related process with collective bargaining. That's why there is no mention of jobs when you are talking to CWP, but you are talking about work opportunities. There's a differentiation there that is deliberate and that is intended to enunciate the fact that this is a makeshift situation that seeks to avert people from abject poverty. It is not an employment solution. But we have the occurrence where unions come in and they mobilize, and we are invited to go to CCMA from time to time, and we have to respond and go and explain as best we can. Honorable Dirego, I have tried to explain the issue relating to how we assist with SASSA, and we are of the view that we should ensure that their benefiting from SASSA coincides with their loss from this side, so that that income can replace what they have lost from CWP. And you are right, the remodeling was as a result of the CWP efficacy being questioned, and they have since then ensured that we engage in some innovation insofar as mitigating and ensuring the sustainability of the program going forward. The court orders I'll leave to yes, thank you very much. I'll leave to our legal person to pronounce on. Thank you, Chairperson. That is my submission, DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting DDG. I'm going to ask Mr. Skenjana to talk to the assets and also some of the contractual issues.
Okay, thank you very much, DG, and greetings to the chairperson, all the members, and everyone in the meeting. There was a question on government assets that are sitting all over, that are not attended and handed over, and that could be vandalized. What I would like to indicate is that CWP has about 223 established sites across the country, and all these assets are placed and managed in these sites. And in these sites also we have appointed storekeepers, we have appointed site managers, and we also have asset administrators who manages these assets. So there is a good management at a site level. And furthermore, as a department, we conduct asset verification annually with an asset register that is updated with all these assets. And that is part of our management. And sites also are required in terms of our policy to conduct monthly asset verification to ensure the accuracy, the existence and completeness of these assets. As a department, we have started the process of transferring these assets to the beneficiaries. And as I'm talking, we have managed to transfer more than 700 assets in this financial year, or 2024-2025 financial year. We have managed to transfer more than 700 assets. And we are continuing to transfer these assets to the beneficiaries. It is not the aim of the department to keep them forever. but for the benefit of those communities where these assets are. I would also like to indicate that because there was a question about the handover of assets, there are some assets that that we delayed as a department to transfer from the implementing agents. However, this process has started, I think, in the previous year, the previous 2 years actually, and I would like to state that we are more than 90% now in terms of the transfer of these assets to the department's name. So all the assets that we have as a department are accounted for, and the department is also making sure that these assets are utilized as part of the useful work. Thank you very much.
Can you also touch on the payment of
participants?
Yes, and the termination of the contracts, and link to that the implementing agents.
Okay. There was a challenge in terms of the payment of participants during the month of April. Normally, there is a delay in April every financial year, and this delay is caused by what we call migration of participants from one financial year to another financial year. We do this process more or less manually, and hence it takes some time to complete. If I can recall, this financial year, in April, we completed this process on the 17th of April, which was a bit late to finalize all the payments on the 25th. We, however, communicated with all the beneficiaries, the participants and site staff to indicate that there will be a delay in terms of the payment, which we have pushed and paid them by end of April, which is the 30th. Currently, the payments that we are remaining with relates to the errors that were made by the sites when they were completing the attendance registers, and we are following up with those affected sites to make sure that all payments are made. And as I'm talking, we have processed more than 99% of the payments to participants. And our aim is that we complete this process for the remaining payments at least by end of this week, because we need to start with the payments for April. And therefore, this is not something that happens often. It often happens in April because of the migration. And I must also indicate that we've also had challenges with the system that we are using, but we have received assistance from CETA. And also, as a department, we have started a process of developing a new system that will address most of the challenges that we have in terms of the payment of participants. Service provider was appointed, and the process of development is ongoing. And I think the committee will be updated as we move with regards to that. There was an issue about the actual stipends that we pay. It's currently 960, which will increase this financial year to 1,027. And then for supervisors, it's currently 2,700 and will increase to 2,835 in this financial year. And that has been approved. The issue on the staff that were terminated, we have two categories of staff. We have site management staff, which consists of the site managers and provincial managers, district managers. And then we also have participants, which are general participants and supervisors. So the contracts for participants were renewed on an annual basis, which currently we are finalizing an app because this was done manually previously. Now we are going to automate this process for participants. But for site staff, the contracts valid for a period of 12 months. And every year, these contracts are then either renewed or we then advertise the post for staff to apply and then reappoint those who then qualify. This year, the contract expired end of March, which is 31st of March 2025. And as a department, we then extended these contracts by 2 months, that is April and May. So by end of May, the contracts then will be ending. But in that process, we have started the process of advertising all the posts, and everyone has been informed to apply, particularly all the site staff who were occupying these positions to apply. And obviously, because of the experience, we always consider them and give the priority based on the experience they have within the program. But I would confirm that there is no contract that has been terminated. All the contracts that we had expired end of March, but they were extended by 2 months. There was also a question in terms of how the staff were the contracted staff were taken over by the department. I would like to state that the officials are contracted in line with the ministerial determination, and we've had discussions with Department of Employment and Labour in terms of their benefits, because site staff are a bit different from the normal participants. So their benefits in terms of leave, they differ a little bit. So we have discussions with Department of Employment and Labour to standardize that process. Yeah, I think that is. Thank you.
CFO, can you cover the treasury risk mitigation measures?
Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, accounting officers on call. I'll touch on the issues of the budget. I think it's important for us to explicitly make it clear here that the 4 billion that we're talking about, which was 4.3 billion, comes from the MTF process of 2023. And during that period of 2023-2024, that's where we experienced a large chunk of the budget cuts, and it was almost 31% of the 4.3. And then we found ourselves with a budget of 3.1 up until the 31st of March, which we've closed the year with an unauthorized expenditure because it was not even sufficient enough to cover the CWP participants and other training and all those type of things. So it was not sufficient. That's why we came up with the offloading of our 60 years and above as early as August in 2024. And until the discussions that relate to us cancelling all the circulars or withdrawing all the circulars and reinstating our 60 years and above to the period of the 31st of March and extension of the 1 April until 31 July payable in August 2025. And I must indicate that within that spectrum, we've received a budget of 3.2 billion in 2025-2026 financial year. And in that budget, we have communicated with National Treasury and made to be understanding that 2.9 of that allocation is earmarked for the wages, which is the stipend that we're talking about. But I must indicate, Chair, that we had several engagements with National Treasury on the issue of the budget as early as February 2024, trying to mitigate the issue of the possible unauthorized expenditure that we had calculated at that time. And unfortunately, our efforts with National Treasury turned out to be negatively impacted on the program itself, simply because they did not understand the logic behind us requesting money when they were eventually indicating the double dipping from the elder use, which is 60 years and above. And I think we managed to solve the problem with National Treasury relative to all the discussions that we've been having. And I think ranging from officials to officials, and then there were discussions between the two DGs and eventually minister to minister engagement. But the last communication that we had was early this year, where there was final indication that the program will not receive any additional funding. And it is up to the department as to when they can offload the 60 years and above. So the conscious decision that was taken by Minister himself, that we would be ending this contract by 31 July, was communicated largely with all our elders. And I think it was indicated that we are communicating with them on the exit strategy. And we will still have to finalize on how to sort out after they leave the system on the 31st of July, a kind of incentive strategy that we're trying to come up with. And I think one member did indicate that these issues of training, some of them are not ready to stay at home and do nothing. And I think that's incentive strategy that we're trying to come up. It's the one that will hold them beyond the 31 July 2025. And I think I must emphasize that the 3 billion that we have, it's not going to accommodate any of the NPOs, because we're not appointing the NPOs, if not the implementing agent this year. And we will not even realize any savings, because we are in 2 years not having expended, if not procured, the PPEs. Yes, we are in communication with the Department of Labor in that effect. And more of the engagements that we have with them, we're looking at also expanding on the issue of the training as well. And as well as the procurement of the PPEs. That will be supplementing part of the budget that we have, which is short to can accommodate the number of participants that we have. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Therefore, maybe I should ask the head of legal services to comment on the legal matters. And those are legal matters that are linked to INSICA, one of the implementing agents. I think that the department was extremely exposed to that particular service provider, INSICA, and we're still continuing to meet with them to deal with asset reconciliation, asset transfer, outstanding invoices, documentation evidence, because this is one of the longest serving implementing agents. We no longer have a contract with them, but there are significant reconciliation matters that need to be done, financial reconciliation matters and asset reconciliation matters that needs to be done. In terms of the court order, maybe we can ask Ms. Hazel Masiza to come in and comment on that matter, and then I will wrap up immediately after Ms. Masiza. Ms. Masiza, on the court matters.
Thanks, DG. Good afternoon, the members of the Portfolio Committee. DG, with the dispute with INSICA, it's relating to the contract that the department signed with INSICA, the 6 months contract. On the 17th of May, we received an application by INSICA, where INSICA, amongst others, wanted an order declaring that the department is complying with the instructions that INSICA not be paid were unlawful. It was for a court order that interdicting the department from deducting or paying or causing to be deducted or paying anyone other than Unsinga any portion of the sums that are due to Unsinga. At the time they submitted an invoice that was dated the 26th of April to court, and the amount of the invoice was about 9,291,633. The court in this case was set down for hearing on the 4th of June, and the court granted Unsinga Foundation the relief that it sought in terms of the court order. So the court order, basically, if I can read, basically it was interdicting the department from paying the 9 million that Unsinga was claiming was due to them, and also declaring that the instructions that Unsinga should not be paid were unlawful. That Unsinga was entitled to approach the court after 10 days of the court order to apply for a mandamus for the immediate payment of the 9 million that they were claiming, and that on that amount interest to be paid from effect from the 1st of May, and then there was a cost order as well in that application. Basically, what that quarter was saying was that the department Unsinga should make an application in court for that mandamus, where for the immediate payment of the oversight site established and project management fees, which was their invoice for the 9 million. A mandamus DG is really a judicial remedy that compels to compel the department to actually to perform this duty to legally pay Unsinga. So if Unsinga makes an application for the mandamus, they all have to prove their case that they are entitled to the 9 million. And they were supposed to have done that within 10 days. That was not done within the 10 days that they were required. The court order was granted. After the 10 days, the court order was not granted. We filed as a department leave to appeal. Our application for leave to appeal was dismissed with cost. And then Unsinga proceeded to file an application where they were saying that the department was in contempt of court, and that we failed to comply with their court order. That application was also dismissed with cost against Unsinga. Unsinga was advised that they had not applied for the mandamus that were required in terms of the court order of the 12th. So they were required to go to court and make an application for that mandamus to prove their claim for the 9 million. And that was not done. Mediations where we started mediations with Unsinga to see if we cannot meet each other halfway, and that mediation fell through. We were not able to settle. So there was currently there's still continuous discussions with Unsinga to try and especially for the assets, on the issue of assets. The department issued a letter of demand to Unsinga to return the assets. And when we were about to issue summons for the return of assets, then Unsinga indicated that they were eager to actually discuss with the department the issue of assets. I think Mr. Mawanda did explain that there is a process of getting the assets and trying to get the assets back to Unsinga. So that those discussions are still continuing, and where we are with Unsinga right now is that they did not pursue their application for a mandamus. So the department is not entitled is not obliged to pay them until they have proven their claim. on the issue of the assets, the department is talking to NCIGA and I think 90% most of those assets is the process of being transferred. So in that case, our action was stayed pending those discussions with NCIGA to see if we can have those assets transferred. So that is where we are with the legal issues with NCIGA. I hope I have addressed everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masiza. I think members will be aware that this is one area that has qualified the department over the years, CWP assets. And this is a space that we're trying to sanitize, if you like, for a lack of a better way, because it has not been attended to for a very long time. These are contracts that dates back to 2018, some of them, and there was never any proper closeout arrangement. We kept moving things forward instead of doing a closeout report. Hence, there's a significant reconciliation on the retention fees and other related fees that the CFO and her team is busy with. It's a complex matter, but we are determined to resolve it. And once it's resolved, it will not be difficult for this department to get an unqualified clean audit, the so-called clean audit. The only reason why we're getting an unqualified audit with few matters, it is because of what has been happening in this space for a very long time. So we are determined to resolve it. It's time-consuming, it's tedious, it's litigious as well, but we are managing it. Okay. Chairperson, the only two questions that we have not answered is the one by Honorable Sampa and the one by Honorable Mkalipi on the school. On the school one, Honorable Mkalipi, at any given point in time, we will be more than willing to go with you to that school, or with whoever you delegate to that school. Myself, acting DDG, and the team from eThekwini, including the CWP participants that you want to assist there. We can do that at any given point in time this week or next week. There is no resistance from our side to do what you have requested us to do. It can be done at any time. We can initiate it this week and go there with our KZN team and also with our eThekwini colleagues. We've discussed the matter amongst ourselves, but if you give us time and a date, we will attend to it. Maybe let's not leave it open-ended, so that if it doesn't happen, we can hold each other accountable. If you want to do it this week, please give us a date. We will assemble a team to go there. If it's next week, we will assemble a team to go there. We're not ignoring that request. I think it was a clear request on your side that you need to be helped. The issue of participants being used politically, that's not what you said, but I think it's along those lines. I guess there are rules that govern these participants are not supposed to be involved in political activities. Just like all of us as officials, we can't be involved in political activities, especially during working hours. What we do after hours or weekends is entirely up to us, but during working hours, we don't want participants to be involved in political activities. Honorable Sampa, you spot on the issue of impact. Look, the impact is going to be huge. If we didn't have budget issues, and this is the point that DDG Matomela is making, if we didn't have budget issues and there were no cuts, the fiscals was not under pressure, we would not be discussing this matter. Because the 60-year-olds, if you look at the policy, is correct. The policy, not the one that is being revised, the new one, the policy, the CWP policy, does two things. It allows us to use implementing agents. We're not using implementing agents anymore. It allows us to pay the participants what one would call a living wage. We're not paying that living wage because we can't afford it at this stage. But there is a debate as to whether the living wage is applicable to participants because you're paying them a stipend. You're not paying them a wage per se. And the intention is to train them. But we are not training them either. And you are supposed to train them and exit them. The policy allows us to train. You can't exit them without training them. But we can't train them because we don't have a budget. So it's becoming a vicious cycle because of budget constraints. So if you exit them without training, there will be a huge impact. If you exit them, it means that their disposable income is going to be affected because they are supplementing their income, the social grants that they are getting. And as we all know, especially those who come from the townships and from the villages, this group of people, the 60-year-olds, are the most responsible people in the society. They take care of grandchildren. They pay municipal bills. They put food on the table. So the impact is huge. There's no question about it, that the impact is huge. Unfortunately, we don't control the budget. And if you look at the latest developments, things are not going to be easy going forward. Because if you are not doing anything on the revenue side, then you have to do something on the expenditure side, which means that you are not likely to get additional budget, not anytime soon. And we can't continue with unauthorized expenditure. The DG and the CFOs in any organizations have a responsibility to deal decisively with unauthorized expenditure. So I can't commit on a budget that I don't have. The only time that we get fired as accounting officers is when we commit on a budget that we don't have. So right now, I can't commit on monies that we don't have. And that's exactly where we are. It is not in our interest to exit participants. We know the impact is huge. Exiting them is going to cause more pain. But unfortunately, we have rules that govern how we manage finances in these organizations. So there will be an impact, and that impact is going to be huge, especially in this current climate of economic depression. I don't know, I think Mr. Matomela has covered most of the questions, and we've answered the question on the court order, especially the issue of mandamus.
Let's see if we can round up. We have run out of time. The committee needs to close.
Thank you, Chair. We'll head back to you.
Thank you very much. I note that there might still be some questions, points and comments that the members would like to make. At this point, we're no longer able to do that because of the time. We're starting the session in the next few minutes, so we need to close this meeting. Let me say thank you to the department. There are still a few issues of concern here. We will hope we'll pick up the time to catch up on these issues. So thank you very much to the DG and your team. At this point, we would like to excuse you all, and the committee needs to just stay for 1 or 2 seconds, just so that we can clarify the program going forward. But thank you very much to all the members of the department, DCOC, DTA, and all those who have been here to do the presentations. The committee at this point would like to release all of you to proceed with the last bit of the agenda. Thank you very much. Can I ask Sherin to put through the presentation of the program going forward? Honorable members, we will not discuss this matter. I'd like it tabled so that we can consider it for purposes of our next program of the meeting. You'll send me suggestions as to what you want us to pick on quickly in the next sitting. But because of the session that's starting in the next 30 minutes, I'd like us not to proceed with the discussion, but you can send us comments on this program, and from that point, we will then try and structure the meeting. One of the things that you should also consider here are which meetings you believe need to be done in person and which ones can be done virtually. The issue of the e-voting system, by the way, there is no e-voting that's going on right now, but we would want to get a briefing on the conversation that the IEC had on this matter. There is no e-voting system that's going on or planned immediately, but we can ask them, we're approaching them to ask them to just brief us on what was on the conference. And if there's anything else that is new on this slide, we will then talk about it. The rest of the other issues, please consider it, and let's come back to discuss so that this program can be adopted as we go along. There is also an aspect which we had shelved for a while that relates to the School of Governance. At some point, I'm going to ask that we can just bring that in somehow. Oh, there you are at the bottom. If you can just look at that as well. And then you can have comments sent to Shirin so we can see how we can refine all of this. Honorable members, at this point, because of the program of Parliament, I'd like us to bring this meeting to a closure. Do you have any comments? Can you support this approach? I assume that silence means consent. So we will then...
Chair?
Yes, yes, thank you very much, Honorable Direko. We will then take the step of giving a sense of when our next meeting will be and the issues that will lift out of this. We'll take your comments into consideration. We'll indicate what type of meeting we'll have, most likely virtual, but there will be some that will be forecast, particularly on the outreach program. Please have a look at that and say what you suggest we should do, which province, which municipalities. Take that into account as well. There would have been also some comment on the overseas study tour. Again, that work will give you updates as soon as there's new information in that regard. Even if we don't talk about it now, it doesn't mean that the matter is buried. It will still be tabled as soon as there's some new information about it. Having said so, colleagues, may I then say thank you very much. It's been quite an engaged meeting. The process has taken us quite a bit of time, so we should then break at this point, and you please look forward to our further indication of our next meeting. We'll welcome your suggestions. Thank you very much. This meeting therefore stands adjourned. Thank you very much. Enjoy the afternoon. Thank you. Members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members, colleagues, DG. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Thank you
Thank
to
you,
the
Chair.
departments, DGs, and all the senior staff who have been part of this. Honorable members, the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.